it's hooked up or set up to me. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Roberto Hernandez Stadium opening day doubleheader for the 2026 Pacer baseball season. USCA Pacers taking on Mars Hill for this opening day doubleheader as inclement weather looms over this weekend. Pacers and Lions trying to get at least 2 games done in this series before the snow hits. And once again, I'm Marcus Johnson. Thank you for joining us for this contest. Starting pitcher for the Pacers is going to be Joseph Rauscher, getting his first start of the season of one of many new faces on this baseball team, and that includes the head coach of the Pacers, Keith Gorman, is taking over for USCA. And David Conway and Riley Nelson are going to be his assistant coaches, so a brand new coaching staff and mostly a brand new team. Let's take a look at that team, at least the starting lineups for the team. The pitcher, as we said, Joseph Rauscher. Catching is a familiar face in Donovan Glisson. Over at first base is Yariel Diaz. The second baseman, Salvatore Lemo. Over at shortstop is Blake Martin, with Osman Melendez rounding out the infield at the hot corner third base. Outfielders, center field is Evan Harding. Right fielder, Chancellor Jennings. And the left fielder, Cameron Austin Jr., to finish off the defense for the Pacers. Starting lineup for Mars Hill, going to face the first 3 batters in the order. The DH, Alejandro Aguilar, leads things off. Left fielder, Mel Rubiera, follows suit. And in the hole, Yariel Pastrana. Third baseman, Tarek Bumgarner, is the cleanup hitter for Mars Hill, with Chappell Marston, the first baseman, batting 5th. Shortstop, Carter Potts, bats 6th, with Peyton Starkey batting in the 7th spot. He's the starting second baseman. Jack Davis, the 8th hitter, is sitting in right field, with the catcher, Dawson Anderson, rounding out the order in the 9th spot. Well, we get things underway again. It's going to be Aguilar leading things off for the Lions. First pitch from Rauscher is a ground ball third base side, and it's just going to go foul at the last second. The 0-1 to Aguilar, laced foul. It's 0-2.
There we go.
Bouncer up the middle. Grabs it second. Throw to first is going to be off the mark. And it will be an infield single for Aguilar to start things off here in the first. Tough play to make there at second base for Lemo. Mel Rubiera will dig in, the left fielder for the Lions. 1 on, nobody out. First pitch is going to be outside, ball 1. In for a call strike, 1-1. Rounded foul. I'll move the count to 1-2 on Rubiera.
Still not pushing. We've gone through a batter now and it's still not pushing. I just hope it's saving somewhere.
High and outside. That'll leave him the count at 2-2 strikes. Check throw to first. Not going to be in time. Two-two pitch is going to be high and outside. Count worked full to the Lion left fielder. We'll get a call time here as Rauscher wants a new ball. 3-2 strikes, runner on first. And nobody out here in the top of the first inning. Check throw to first. A little bit closer this time, but Aguilar gets in under the tag. Another big lead, another check throw. And again, Aguilar just getting back in the nick of time. Payoff pitch is upstairs, ball 4. A walk to Rubiera puts the first 2 men aboard for Mars Hill. Now Uriel Pastrana will step to the plate. Center fielder for the Lions. 2 on and nobody out, top of the first inning. USCA can already in a bit of a jam. Infield playing in at the corners. Pitch. Finds the inside corner for a strike. Middle infield playing at double play depth. Willing to let the runner move to third. 0-1. Changeup missed inside. That'll even things up at 1-1.
We deleted it. We tried it again. I put the lineup back in again. It was lovely. So it says sending changes, but with these changes, it says last synced 1969.
Popped up to short. That one will be caught on the infield fly rule. Pastrana down is the first out. Runners stay put on the infield fly. Tarek Bumgarner, the third baseman and cleanup hitter, will step to the plate. 2 on, and now 1 out here in the top of the first. Off-speed pitch is another little blooper to short, and again it will be caught on the infield fly. So back-to-back infield fly rules. Get the Pacers 1 out away from getting out of this jam. Chappell Maston, the first baseman for Mars Hill, will come to the plate. Runners on first and second. Now 2 outs. Fastball, upper inside corner, gets the call. The 0-1 on its way. Wood cutter finds its zone. I'll move the count to 0-2. umpires call time and have him. And if Rauscher just tossed the ball back into the dugout, I guess they wanted to get a new ball out there to him. Rauscher just steps off the rubber to send the runners back to their bags. And the 0-2 off speed gets him to go around. Maston down on strikes for the third and final out. So the Lions put 2 on, the first 2 on, and then go down 1-2-3 as we go to the bottom of the first inning. Pacers coming to bat, looking to strike first. And we move into the bottom of the first inning. Pacers about to come to bat. And before we give you the starting lineups, I'd just like to apologize for the live stats issue. We are working with the parent company to try to figure out what the issue is with those not getting pushed, but that will soon hopefully be fixed, and you'll have your live stats to go along with the live broadcast in just a little bit. Well, Pacers coming to bat with the leadoff man, Evan Harding, to dig in. On deck, Chancellor Jennings will bat second. Yariel Diaz, the first baseman, bats third, with Blake Martin, the shortstop, batting cleanup. Salvatore Lamo, the second baseman, bats fifth, with Cameron Austin Jr. batting sixth. Donovan Glisson in the seventh spot, with Zach Chavis, the designated hitter, batting eighth. And Osman Melendez rounds out the order in the number 9 spot. Austin Cutts gets the start for Mars Hill as he gets set to deliver his first pitch of the afternoon. Goes with an off-speed pitch and catches a piece of Harding. Well, he will take first base on the hit by pitch. I'll bring up Chancellor Jennings. And we're going to get a timeout taken here as Marcel wants to have a little meeting at the mound. Wonder if it's maybe a technology issue. So Marcel Bench came out signaling to one of the devices they use. Well, Jennings digs in, man on first with nobody out. Bottom of the first inning. First pitch is going to be right there, down the middle, strike one. The 0-1. Down the middle again, 0-2. Oh, 2 goes low and away. I'll move the count to 1-2. Cuts, deals. Off-speed pitch fouled off. Count stays right where it is at 1-2 strikes. And again, the 1-2. Fastball just misses outside. 2-2. Check throw to first base. That's not going to be in time. Harding back safely. Another off speed. This one laced out into right field. That one will go near the warning track where it will be caught by Davis for the first out. Yariel Diaz will dig in now. Man on first, 1 out. First pitch to Diaz is turned on and lined out into left field. That'll drop in for a base hit. The Diaz single will put runners on first and second as cleanup hitter Blake Martin will dig into the box. Pacer shortstop looking to strike first with at least one runner in scoring position and only one away. Pitch is outside, fastball, ball 1. The 1-0. This one will get fouled off. Evens the count up at 1-1 on Martin. Big lead over at second base as Cuts deals. This one will just get fouled off. Martin caught a piece of it.
Each team should have a hit right now, right? Yeah. I don't know. It's showing on the scoreboard. If it's not showing, you're good. I'm not worried about the scoreboard over here.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Martin goes down on strikes for the second out. Salvatore Lamo will dig in now, the Pacers' second baseman. Runners still on first and second for USCA. 2 men down here in the bottom of the first inning. Fouled off. 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Right down the pipe, 0-2. Fly ball, foul territory. That'll end up out of play. Lamo doing a good job of spoiling a fastball. And the 0-2 from Cutts. Lined out into right field, and right there to make the catch is Davis for the third and final out. Pacers put 2 aboard, but they leave them stranded. We're going into the top of the second inning, still no score. We go to the top of the second inning. No score yet between Mars Hill and USCA. Leading things off for the Lions will be the shortstop Carter Potts. Both teams put 2 men aboard in the first inning, but neither one was able to drive anyone home. Rauscher deals. All right, fastball right down the middle. Strike 1. Other fastball just missed low and away, and it's 1-1. Goes with a slider, gets him to catch a piece of it, and it's 1-2. Goes with a changeup, misses inside, 2-2. Dialed up the heat again, gets the call, strike 3. Potts down looking for out number 1. Peyton Starkey will step to the plate now. Starting second baseman for Mars Hill. 1 out, nobody on, top of the second inning. First pitch going to miss low, 1-0. The 1-0 fastball down the middle, 1-1. The 1-1 pitch tied him up inside, 1-2. And the 1-2 to Starkey. Off speed, fouled off. And we'll stay at 1-2. Another breaking ball misses upstairs. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Counts all evened up. Goes back to the fastball, gets the same result. Starkey down swinging for the second out. Bring up the right fielder, Jack Davis now. 2 outs, nobody on. Again, Davis, the number 8 hitter in this Lions lineup. Pitch low and away for ball 1. Busy day here at USCA Aiken. We started the day with a softball game, or a softball doubleheader, right across the street before we came right back over here to Roberto Hernandez Stadium for a baseball doubleheader as the 1-0 misses up and in. And then later tonight, both the men and women's basketball teams will be having some contests against Middle Georgia State, the newcomer to the Peach Belt Conference. First tip-off for the women's game scheduled for 5:30, as this one is rocketed foul for strike 1. Men's game scheduled for a 7:30 tip-off. That one likely to change depending on how the women's game goes. Now be sure to keep an eye on PacerSports.com for all the action across the 3 different sports here during the springtime. The 2-1. Good-looking curveball, just missed the zone, and it's 3-1. Check swing, fouled off. Might have been ball 4 if he had held up. Instead, it's going to be a full count on Davis. That low and away fastball has been working for Rauscher today. He's been getting the call. We'll see if he goes back to it. There's the fastball. It's inside corner this time, strike 3. And Rauscher strikes out the side, 1-2-3. We're off to the bottom of the second inning. Pacers coming to bat, still no score. Bottom of the second inning getting underway. Cameron Austin Jr. will lead it off for USCA. Pacers left fielder getting his first at bat of the game, and he swings and misses at the first pitch for strike one. Down the middle, and it's 0-2. Swing and a miss, chased one outside. Austin goes down on 3 pitches for the first out. Donovan Glisson will dig in now. 1 out, nobody on for the Pacers catcher. Pitch will be outside, and it just catches the corner for a call strike. Down the middle for a strike, 0-2. Fly ball out into right field and somewhat deep, but it'll get stopped at the warning track and caught by Davis for the second out. Zach Chavis, the DH, will come to the plate now. Nobody on and 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. Changeup just misses low and away, ball 1. Pitch outside, 2-0. Upstairs, 3 balls and no strikes on Chavis. Fastball low, ball 4, and Chavis walks on 4 straight to put a man aboard. Osman Melendez will dig in, the number 9 hitter for the Pacers. 1 on, 2 out here in the bottom of the second inning. Pitch down the middle for strike 1. Pitch outside, evens things up at 1-1. One hopper to short. They'll go the short way to second for the third and final out, and that will do it. The Pacers unable to drive anyone home here in the bottom of the second. We go to the third, still no score. Top of the third inning getting underway, and Dawson Anderson will lead things off for Mars Hill as he fouls off the first pitch for strike one. Anderson, the catcher and number 9 hitter for Mars Hill. Low and away. 1-1. Inside curveball misses. 2 balls and a strike.
Oh, I don't know.
Swing and a miss. 2-2. Missed low and away, tried to get him to chase, but Anderson would not bite, and the counts worked full. Fastball down the middle, call strike 3. Anderson frozen for the first out. Back to the top of the order, Alejandro Aguilar will come back up to the plate. Singled to second base his first time up. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. The 0-1. Fouled off. 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Lined into center field. Drifting over and making the catch is Harding. And there's 2 away. Mel Rubiera will come back up to the plate, walked in his first plate appearance. Nobody on, 2 outs here in the top of the third inning.
Stats are pushing.
Swing and a miss, strike 1.
I don't know when they started, but they're there.
Laced foul, and it's 0-2. Fouled off again, count stays at 0-2. Another foul ball. Rubiera battling to stay alive. Another foul ball. Rubiera just catches a piece of it. Right back to the mound. Rauscher trots over to first with a quick little toss, and that will do it. Another 1-2-3 inning for Rauscher and the Pacers. Into the bottom of the third we go. Still no score. And to the bottom of the third we go, and the top of the order due up for the Pacers with Evan Harding, Chancellor Jennings, and Yariel Diaz due to make an appearance at the plate. Harding digging in now, hit by a pitch in his first plate appearance. First pitch just catches the corner, enough to get the call, strike 1. The 0-1. Popped up behind the plate, and it'll end up out of play for strike 2. Upstairs, fastball missed, 1-2. Your ball inside and just catches a piece of Harding, so he will take first base on his second hit by pitch of the day. Chance Jennings will step up to the plate now. Runner on first, nobody out. Flew out to right his first time up. First pitch inside fastball. Ball one. Runner goes. Pitch is a swing and a miss. The throw down to second is not in time. Well, a stolen base for Harding puts a man in scoring position for the Pacers. Now the Mars Hill dugout having a discussion with the home plate umpire. A 1-1 count on Jennings with a man on second and nobody out. Fastball inside misses, 2-1. Two-one pitch is way outside. 3 balls and 1 strike on Jennings. And the 3-1 from Cutts. Goes off speed, misses up and in. Ball 4. Jennings with a free pass to first. And the first 2 men are aboard for the Pacers here in the third. Yariel Diaz will come to the plate now, singled to left in his first at-bat. And the first pitch to Diaz is a fastball low, ball 1. Another off-speed pitch fouled off. That'll even things up at 1-1. Lined out into left field. That'll be a base hit. They're going to hold the runners up at just 1 bag as the ball comes in quickly on the throw. It'll be a single for Diaz to load the bases here in the third. That'll bring up Blake Martin. Pacer shortstop struck out in his first at-bat. And we are going to get a quick visit to the mound here for Mars Hill. Bases are loaded for the Pacers with nobody out. Definitely a bit of a pickle. Nobody out there in the Lions bullpen yet, so this is just a strategy session. Meeting comes to a close. We'll get back to the action. First pitch is low for a ball, 1-0. Grounded to the right side. They're going to come home for one, and that's all they'll get. A fielder's choice.
And then it should be on him, should be 3-2. Put out.
Harding is thrown out at the plate. Martin reaches on the fielder's choice. And everybody else moves up one bag. Bases are still loaded for the Pacers, now with one out. As Salvatore Lamo comes up to the plate. Quick little update from around Pacer Nation. The softball team taking on Anderson dropped the first game of their contest 3-1. However, they are up 3-0 in the top of the second in game number 2. As this one is grounded foul. Strike one. Pitch down the middle for a strike, 0-2. Outfield playing in. They're going for the runner at home. Infield playing at double play depth. As this one is grounded to third. They're going to come home for one, and they're going to get him regardless. And they're going to call runner interference, so it's a double play. To close out the inning, Pacers load the bases with nobody out, and they're unable to drive anybody home. We're going to the fourth. Still no score. We move to the top of the fourth inning. Still no score between the Pacers and the Lions of Mars Hill.
That was the first pitch. Strike. Sweep. Like looking this one.
Uriel Parstrant up at the plate. 0-1 count. As this one is grounded to third. Played on a hop. The throw to first. One away.
Was the first strike a swinging strike? No. Okay.
Derek Bumgarner will come up to the plate now. 0-1. Rauscher deals. First pitch in there for strike one. Pitch comes in and hits Bumgarner, so he'll take first base on the hit by pitch. Jabal Maston will dig in now, struck out in his first at-bat. 1 on, 1 out. Top of the fourth inning. All speed finds the zone, strike one. Ball gets away on the pickoff attempt. An E1 puts Bumgarner on second base. Just a bad throw on the pickoff.
Yeah. Wow.
Now, runner in scoring position for Mars Hill with only one away. The 0-1 goes with a slider, misses low. 1-1. Rocketed out into left field. That's going to drop in front of Austin. Coming home and scoring with no throw is Bumgarner, and Mars Hill has broken it open. It's 1-0 Lions. An RBI single for Maston. And I'll bring up Carter Potts. You could definitely tell Austin was torn between trying to make a diving play on the ball or just letting it bounce, and almost got away from him. Luckily, he was able to keep it in front of him to avoid a disaster. First pitch changeup misses inside. Ball 1 to Potts. 0 for 1, struck out looking in his first at-bat. Check throw over to first base. Not going to be in time. Slow ground ball to short. We'll see if they turn two. There's one. The throw to first is going to bounce in and out of the glove. A fielder's choice for Potts as he reaches first base. Maston is eliminated. That turns the Bumgarner run into an earned run. And Peyton Starkey comes up to the plate as we get another check throw to the bag. Potts wasn't even off. Turned on and sent high and deep to left field. This one's going to be trouble. It is gone. A 2-run home run for Peyton Starkey, and it is now 3-0 Mars Hill.
Earned? Yep. Okay. Okay. Because we got Bumgarner's is earned now too.
I'm going to get the right fielder, Jack Davis. Nobody on. 2 outs. Davis struck out looking in his first at-bat, and he grounds this one to the left side, but foul. Second pitch fouled off, out of play. It's 0-2.
I at least got us past that crazy play. You said to go back and get it. I think I at least got us out of it.
Foul tip into the glove, and Davis down on strikes for the third and final out. But Mars Hill strikes first, 3 runs, 2 of which came off the bat of Starkey. As we go into the bottom of the 4th inning, Pacers now down 3-0. Now, into the bottom of the 4th we go. Cameron Austin Jr. will lead it off for the Pacers as they now trail 3-0 to Mars Hill. Struck out his first time up as the first pitch misses outside for a ball.
Why is it showing no for the batter all of a sudden? I'm trying to add this one.
Pitch low and away, 2-0.
Okay, it's not giving me a batter for whatever reason. 2 balls. Okay.
Changeup misses outside, 3-0. Fastball down the middle gets the call, 3-1. Inside corner, again gets the call, and the count is full. Payoff pitch on its way. Fouled off, will do it over. Again, the 3-2. Down the middle, call strike 3. Austin just goes down looking for the first out. The catcher Donovan Glisson coming to the plate, flew out to right field his first time up. Pitch upstairs, 1-0. Off speed, finds the zone, 1-1. Other changeup finds the strike zone. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Glisson. A 1-2 from Cutts. Turned on and line deep to left field. That one's going to hook foul. Would have been extra bases had it landed fair, but it just hooked foul at the last second. Let me get a timeout call here from Glisson. Now the 1-2 on its way. Fouled off again. We'll do it over.
Puts at least him out, and the reason he got the X was on the INT. But I don't know if it'll count that. Because it makes it look like he was the INT, but it was really him.
The 1-2 fouled off. And again, we'll do it over.
I'll look for this in a second.
Lined into left field. That'll drop in for a base hit. Listen, thinking about second. He's going in, and he will make it in there standing up. It is a 1-out double for the Pacers catcher. Good piece of hitting there from Glisson. Zach Chavis, the designated hitter, steps to the plate. Man on second with 1 away.
5-2 DPINT on base on first baseman or batter, maybe if it'll let us put that along with a string of codes in.
First pitch misses for a ball, 1-0. Pitch low and away, and it's 2-0. Slow bouncer to the right side of the infield. The throw to first is going to just get there in time. Cut's able to get over and cover the bag as the first baseman Maston made the off-balance throw. Glisson advances to third on the play, so they've got a runner 90 feet from the bag. Melendez will dig in now, again with Glisson waiting over at third base, trying to get home. Grounded into a fielder's choice his first time up to end the second inning as he offers at the first pitch for strike one. Pitch outside, 1-1. Ground ball to second. They'll throw to first, and that will do it. The Pacers leave a man stranded as Glisson's double goes by the wayside. We're going into the fifth inning, still 3-0 Mars Hill.
Here, and then save this, and we'll come back to it.
We go into the top of the fifth inning. Mars Hill leading the Pacers 3-0. And the number 9 hitter, Dawson Anderson, digging in. Struck out looking his first time up as he goes after the first pitch and fouls it off. Joseph Rauscher continuing to deal out there on the mound. Pitch right down the middle for a strike, 0-2. Good off-speed pitch gets him to swing and go around. Anderson down on strikes for the second time today and for the first out of the fifth inning. Well, back to the top of the order, Alejandro Aguilar Stepping back into the box. 1 for 2, singled to second base his first time up, flew out to center in his last at-bat. First pitch is upstairs, ball 1. The 1-0. Bouncer up the middle. Grabbed at second. The throw to first is in time. Good piece of fielding there at first base by Diaz to get the throw from Lamo. I'll bring up Mel Rubiera for the Lions. 0 for 1 today with a walk and a ground out to the mound. Nobody on, 2 outs here in the top of the 5th inning. First pitch outside, ball 1. The 1-0. Grounded to the right side. Grabbed by Diaz. He'll take it himself for the third and final out. A 1-2-3, top of the 5th. We're going into the bottom half of the 5th inning. Pacers coming to bat, still down 3-0. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Pacers still trailing 3-0 to Mars Hill as they bring up the top of the order. Evan Harding will lead it off for the Pacers. Still yet to register an at-bat. He's been hit by a pitch twice. Also has a stolen base on the afternoon. Austin Cutts continuing to deal. Looking to be the pitcher of record if he can get through this inning, as this one's lined foul. Strike 1. No action going on in the Pacer bullpen, but there is a little bit of action going on in the Mars Hill side. Just some warm-ups, though. Nobody really throwing anything just yet. Oh, 0-1 on its way. Goes off speed, finds the zone, and it's 0-2. And the 0-2 pitch. High fly ball, center field. And barely having to move as he makes the catch is Pastrana for the first out. That'll bring up Chance Jennings. 0 for 1, walked in his last plate appearance. Jennings part of that rather confusing closeout to the 3rd inning where he tried to come home and score and ended up interfering with the catcher, which caused an inning-ending double play. First pitch low and away for a ball, 1-0. Ariel Diaz on deck for the Pacers. He's 2 for 2 with a pair of singles. The 1-0. Ground ball to short. Played on a hop. Double clutch throw to first is not going to be in time. Now Jennings will reach on the E6. That double clutch may come back to haunt Mars Hill. And now Diaz digs in. Again, 2 for 2 with 2 singles, both to the left side. First pitch on its way. Right down the middle, strike 1. Check throw over to first base. Not going to be in time. Jennings gets in under the tag. Swing and a miss. Chased one just out of the zone, and it's 0-2.
I changed to E6F, so we know it's fielding, not throwing.
0-2 pitch is fouled off into the Pacer dugout. Diaz does a nice job of spoiling it, keeping the count frozen at 0-2. Cuts deals way outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Moderate lead over there for Jennings at first. As the fastball misses low and away, 2-2. Check throw to the bag, not going to be in time. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Diaz at the plate. Man on first, 1 out. Grounded through the left side for a base hit. That'll go to the corner for extra bases. Jennings hustling to third. They're going to wave him home as it drifts into the corner. Diaz scores easily. It is an Jennings scores easily. It is an RBI double for Diaz, and the Pacers are on the board. It's 3-1.
Up next for the Pacers, number 10, Blake Martin.
The shortstop Blake Martin will dig in now. Runner in scoring position with still only 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th. And a good piece of hitting there from Diaz, sneaking it in under the hot corner. Right down the line. Pitch catches the inside corner. Generous call makes it 0-1. High fly ball, left field, and coming over to make the catch is the center fielder Pastrana for the 2nd out. Now Diaz will stay put. Salvatore Lamo will dig in now. 0 for 2 today. Lined out to right. And then was called out on the runner's interference back in the third. Pitch down the middle for a strike, 0-1. The 0-1. Fouled off, and that one will find the seats. 0-2. Ground up the middle. And through the legs into center field. That one will score Diaz. The throw home way off the mark. Moving on to second is Lamo, and it is now 3-2 Mars Hill. Pacers creeping their way back into it. It was a tough play, but I think they're going to score that one in E4. Ball went right through the legs of Starkey.
I scored it as a single, but I can always go back and change it.
And the consensus in the scores room is it's a single, so an RBI single for Lamo. Ball in the dirt, and that's going to push Lamo all the way over to third base.
Fastball, wild pitch. Thank you, sir.
Cameron Austin Jr., the batter, 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts. Tying run 90 feet from home with 2 down. And he's going to ground this one softly to the right side, but it'll go foul. 1-1. Cuts with the 1-1. Lined into center field. That'll be a base hit, and the Pacers have tied the ball game. Lamo comes in to score. RBI single for Austin. As the Pacers continue to rally here in the 5th inning.
Everything's earned right now, too, right? 2 after. I have to go back and look. At the end of the inning.
Donovan Glisson will come up to the plate now. He doubled his last time up, 1 for 2. Brand new ball game here, 3-3 your score as we await the first pitch from Austin Cuts. Goes off speed, misses outside. Glisson held up, 1-0. And now there is some throwing going on in the Lion bullpen. As soon as we get a number, we'll let you know who's up there. It's a righty, and that's all I can say for now. Popped it up. Center field. Going back is Pastrana, and he will make the catch to close out the bottom of the 5th inning. But the Pacers rally, drive home 3 runs to tie the ball game. And as we go into the top of the 6th inning, Noah Adcock will be with you the rest of the way as he takes over on the play-by-play. I've been Marcus Johnson. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of this contest.
successfully. 15.
Welcome back on in to Roberto Hernandez Stadium, ladies and gentlemen. Noah Adcock with you on the Peach Belt Sports Network. Opening afternoon and a double dose as the 2026 season gets rolling. Morris Hill and USC Aiken deadlocked at 3 as we get rolling in the top of the 6th. Yadiel Pastrana will lead off for the Lions. 3-4-5 due up for the boys from the mountaintop. Starter Rocher still on the mound. Joseph Rocher, 5 quality innings, 1 blip, gave up 3 in the top of the 4th, but just 3 hits allowed in totality. And he's been able to rack up the strikeouts as he begins the top of the 6th with a check swing foul ball off the bat of Pastrana. In a mix of 7 consecutive right-handers here on the scorecard for Morris Hill. Top 2 hitters in the order, Aguilar and Rivera, both going from the left side, but it is a righty-dominant lineup and very much a new-look organization for Zach Honeycutt in his 4th year at the helm of the Lions. Both these teams very much utilizing the portal. A lot of junior college players coming in to these respective rosters, and as has become all too commonplace at this level, you're getting new faces year after year. This is roped over the head of the third baseman Melendez and into left field for a leadoff knock. Pastrana's got his first hit of the campaign, and the Lions look to retaliate after giving up the lead in the bottom of the 5th. All 3 of those runs for Aiken at the moment unearned, charged against Austin Cutts. Everything began in that bottom of the 5th with the E6, the double clutch from the shortstop Potts, unable to get the grounder from Chance Jennings out of his mitt, and that enabled the RBIs from Diaz, Lamo, and Austin Jr. to deadlock this ball game at 3. Tarek Bumgarner, the only preseason all-conference member on this Morris Hill roster, takes ball 1 down low. He has popped up and been hit by a pitch in 2 plate appearances today, 0 for 1. Righties both getting loose in each bullpen, and another error going to come onto the scorecard. A pickoff mistake from the starter, Rauscher. Buried it below the mitt of Diaz, who's had a couple nice moves already today. Unable to save that one as well, and the E1 moves the go-ahead runner into scoring position and will bring out some activity from the Pacer dugout. Keith Gorman going to head out to the mound. Veteran headman. This is his first season with USC Aiken, but he's got 468 collegiate wins between Cumberland County and Barton College. And the Pacers looking to him for new leadership. He takes over, and he brought a ton of players on both sides of the ball, including this starter Rauscher, over from the Barton College Bulldogs. He replaced Michael Holder, who went 90 and 108 in 4 years. One of 4 new head coaches in the 12-team Peach Belt Conference. Pacers get 9 of 10 at home to start off the season. There was no movement, but a couple different opportunities over that lengthy conversation at the mound. It's a 1-0 count on Bumgarner. And now he has a chance to spark the Lions back in front. Takes the fastball on the outside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bumgarner started off things on the rally in the top of the 4th with the hit by pitch. He advanced on the first throwing error from Rauscher in that inning, and then came around to score on the RBI single from Chapel Matson. All 3 runs for the Lions in the top of the 4th. All 3 runs for the Pacers in the bottom of that 5th. 2 balls and a strike. Rauscher takes a check out at second and comes home. Off speed, misses in the dirt. Good block from Glisson, who's had a strong day. It's a lot of Barton College transfers, both in the rotation and the bullpen for Keith Gorman. There's a handful of players from various backgrounds across the starting lineup for the Pacers offensively. Glisson providing some stability back behind the plate. And he's a guy they're looking to lean on a little bit. Players inside the program. There's a lot of positivity about what this Aiken squad can do. But Glisson, who comes from NAIA Kaiser University, gets the opening day start, and a nice frame for him back there. Gets the called strike, runs it full on Bumgarner. Derek sheepishly has to wander back into the right-handed batter's box. He thought that was ball 4. And with activity in both pens, neither starter perhaps much longer for this ball game. Rauscher, the payoff. And called strike 3 on the outside corner. A little bit generous, but that's been there all day on this opening day scorecard. And the strikeouts continue to pile up for Rauscher. He now has 8 in his opening day start. Much needed first out here in the top of the 6th. 1 on, 1 out for Chappell Matson, who's 1 for 2. And that does appear to be the day for Rauscher. Second time in less than a batter that Keith Gorman comes out of the dugout, and that is all she wrote for Joseph Rauscher. 5 1/3. He's responsible for the man on second, but it's up to the Pacer bullpen to keep this ball game tied as Mars Hill looks to regain the lead on opening day at the Burt. Nick Napolitano will be the new arm out of the pen for the Pacers. 6'2 senior out of upstate New York, and the Long Island native comes over from Barton. He follows his former Fuller Bulldog in Rauscher, taking the mound for the Pacers in Game 1. If you're just joining us, it's a 3-3 contest in the top of the 6th, and this is the first of 2 ball games as this opening weekend series has turned into a quick doubleheader with snow on the horizon here in Aiken County. Napolitano 4-0 at Barton last year, 15 games out of the bullpen. Not a ton of strikeouts for the big right-hander, but K's were in high demand for the starter Rauscher. That swing and miss began to pile up for the Lions just a little bit. Took that 3-0 lead in the 4th, but have ceded it all the way back in inning number 5. Chappell Matson, 1 for 2 RBI single. And with the third baseman even with the bag, he takes a called strike 1. Osman Melendez was creeping in, wary of the bunt. Matson does have a good bit of power, the first baseman. Had 8 long balls last year, has 13 in his career. Fastball in the dirt, another good block from Glisson, far from the first time that's been said on this broadcast today. Depth has been an important addition on both sides of the ball. The question is going to become for both Keith Gorman and Zach Honeycutt, who has added more as this season goes along. Napolitano, 1-1. Good breaking ball, clips the outside corner. Very sharp slider for the right-hander. And because he's in that aforementioned run of right-handed batters, there is an opportunity to utilize that if he can find an early bit of command with it. Matson tightens up, 1-2. Back to the breaking ball and well laid off to even the count. As this ball game drifts into the later innings, those bullpens are going to be featured. Only 2 games means you have less to worry about for the coaching staffs in terms of preserving depth for the weekend. The only question is, how much do you trust the guys that are not necessarily back end? Very few proven arms in either stable for both of these offenses. Napolitano, the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Tied him up on the fastball. Matson goes down swinging, and Napolitano picks up right where Rauscher left off. Back-to-back Ks between the two arms, and there's 2 down in the 6th inning. Yariel Pastrana began the inning with a rocket line drive over the head of Melendez for a base hit. Advanced on the second pickoff error of the game for Rauscher, but has been stranded in scoring position for the last 2 batters. Carter Potts will try to bring him home. Potts played in every game last year. Zach Honeycutt in his 4th season. He has slowly but surely built this roster up as the Lions desperately trying to claw out of what has been a tough sack conference to work with. Catawba, Lenore Ryan perennially in the top 25. They are once again 1-2 in the preseason poll as well in the conference. When you have 12 teams to deal with now, 1 less than previous years, as Limestone University has folded entirely. A couple players actually coming to Morris Hill off of that. 1 less program does not make this conference any easier to conquer. Lions have 3 straight 30-plus losing seasons. Feels like a big year for Honeycutt and staff. Breaking ball drops in for a called strike. That was more of the traditional curve rather than the slider we saw to Matson. Zach Honeycutt did make one big addition to his staff. Dallin Turner takes over in the pitching duties, his first collegiate coaching job. There was no true pitching coach on the roster last year for the Lions, and hopefully that addition helps right the ship for a group of arms that had a bit of a volatile 2025 season for the 14-36 Lions. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Potts. Napolitano looking to tightrope out of danger. And he will. Blows the fastball past Potts. 3 straight Ks from the 2 arms. After the leadoff single, Pastrana left on base. We remain tied as we head to the bottom of the 6th on the Peach Belt Sports Network. Lions going to the bullpen for the first time. The day is done for Austin Cutts. 5 quality innings, 6 hits, and 3 unearned runs with 2 walks and 3 Ks, but he will take a no decision as Reed Withers toes the mound in the bottom of the 6th inning. 3-3 your score. Pacers will send 8-9-1 to the plate, starting with the left-handed DH Zach Chavis, who's 0 for 1. Chavis a walk and a ground out, and he takes a first pitch fastball from the senior right-hander for a called strike. Withers, all too familiar with this Pacer squad. He picked up the only win in 3 tries for the Lions last year when these two teams met on opening weekend. Buries the fastball under the hands of Chavis, 0-2. In that ball game, Withers able to go 4 2/3 innings of relief. It gave up just 2 runs, so he can give you length out of the pen. 0-2. 2-hop chop out to second base. Starkey onto the outfield grass, sidearms to first. And just like that, Withers gets his first out of his senior season. Not too many freshmen on either roster. Mars Hill carrying a much heavier total of players altogether. They have 52 compared to Aiken, working with just 43. D2 did not follow suit from Division I, instituting roster caps. And while Mars Hill likely has enough to formulate their own JV team, they are certainly going to look to add a bit more depth to a squad that did not see a lot of contributions from underclassmen last year. Osman Melendez takes a breaking ball for strike 1. Melendez a pair of ground outs. Nothing has left the infield for the 9-man. The third baseman puts this one on the ground to third. Nice in-between hop play by Bumgarner. High throw, and the tag was not in time. So the throw pulls Melendez's opponent Matson off the base, and Osman is aboard as the Pacers look to keep their offensive run going. Well, it was an error that sparked things up in the 5th. It's another one that gives a little bit of life for Aiken with 1 down in the 6th. Bumgarner picks up the E5, second error for Mars Hill today. Each side with 2. And back to the top of the order we go for Evan Harding. Harding takes the breaking ball outside. 5th-year senior out of Clayton, North Carolina. Had 98 starts in 2 years for Keith Gorman up at Barton. And for as much speed as he possesses, the 7th-year senior also had 8 long balls last year. Good mix. Fastball taken just below the knees, says the home plate umpire. 2 balls and no strikes. As Withers gazes in disapproval. Melendez, sizable lead held on by Matson at first. Fastball roped right back into the net, strike 1. USC Aiken won their opening day ball game against Mars Hill 18-3 last year. This has certainly been a different game, but it was USC Aiken who was able to pull away late against that Lion bullpen. Looking to do the same today. Runner on the move and is now caught in between. Throw goes to first, Matson out to second, and they've got Melendez in the rundown. Tag is applied with the right hand. Flip out to second base, an extra tag for good measure, and Melendez hung out to dry on the pickle play. So it will go as a caught stealing.
2-3-6 or 2-3-4?
It's a 2-3-6 put out. Osman Melendez caught in between. You saw the jump, which was less than stellar. A good slide step utilized by Withers. And the rally dissipates as soon as it begins. 3-1 to Harding. Is yanked deep down the left field line. Riviera going back, and it is out of here. Just mentioned the power that Harding possesses. And one pitch after it looked like the Lions had stolen life, it's Harding who leaves the yard and puts the Pacers in front.
No, it's just 1.
4-3 ball game, 4 unanswered. Fastball high and tight. Harding turns on it. And a ballpark that can sometimes play as a graveyard did not hold that one. First home run of the season for Aiken. It puts the home side in front and brings the Winthrop transfer Chance Jennings to the dish. And that hurts if you're Mars Hill. You were 1 pitch away from getting out of things. Got a bit of a gift with the misplay on the bases by Melendez. And Harding snatches the momentum right back. Jennings takes ball 1 downstairs. Chance 0 for 2, but he's been on base twice and scored a run. Reached via the E6 last inning and scored the first run out of 3 in that fifth. Breaking ball drops in, called strike. Both pitchers were destined for a no decision on the starting side no matter what. It was going to be a bullpen game. And now Napolitano has been granted the pitcher of record. Jennings ladles this one out to right center field. It is past the reach of Pastrana, and Chance will cruise on into second with a 2-out double. Back-to-back extra base hits as the Pacers have started to find the barrel against Reed Withers. That was a bit of a problem for Withers last year. He threw in 14 games, but he had a whip of 2.11. More than 2 base runners per inning, due in large part to the fact that opponents hit over 350 against him. 51 hits in 31 and a third. And Yariel Diaz is not going to get a chance to extend his 3-hit day, as he will be intentionally walked by the Lions to bring Blake Martin to the plate. So Yariel Diaz, 2 singles, an RBI double, and rather than allowing him a chance to further extend this lead, Zach Honeycutt decides he would rather let his righty Withers face the lefty Martin, who's 0 for 3. Blake Martin, the streaky senior coming in from UNC Charlotte. Very high ceiling if he can stay healthy, and he takes the changeup called for a strike. First changeup that Withers has shown clipped the outside corner. Martin has produced everywhere he's been, but inconsistencies with the health. He's dealt with back and knee injuries over the last couple of years have kept him off of the diamond more often than not. Fastball down, confirmed not to have swung on appeal. Blake, some familiarity with new recruiting coordinator Riley Nelson, who was with him at Spartanburg Methodist a couple years ago, and now Martin a chance to double the lead in a 4-3 ball game. 1-1, swing and a miss pulled off of by Martin. Good running fastball from Reed Withers as he looks to limit the damage. 4 straight men have reached base, beginning with Melendez on that E5. It's the solo shot from Harding that has Aiken in front. 1-2. Looped foul off the end of the bat. The arm side run that Withers gets on that fastball sets up the changeup nicely against lefties. Perhaps the reverse split's the reason that Zach Honeycutt wanted Withers to face Martin. That plus the strong day that Diaz has displayed, showing off that reasoning. Withers, black glove at the belt, looks out at second. Another 1-2. Overthrown, and Diaz has to scamper back to first as the trail runner was nearly halfway to second in a lengthy secondary lead. Mattson, of course, not holding him on with 2 strikes and 2 outs. Starkey working in and out with the speedy Jennings out at second. Chance will look to score on anything. 2-2. Ladled out into center field. Pastrana drifting back. He has room and will make the play to bring the 6th inning to a close. But Aiken does their damage. A 2-out solo home run from Evan Harding gives the Pacers their first lead of the season, 4-3 after 6. Napolitano back on the mound in the top of the 7th for USCA, now pitching with a lead for the first time this year. Pacers have scored 4 unanswered and lead by a run in the top of the 7th. Starkey, Davis, and Anderson, bottom 3 in the order for the Lions, due up. Peyton Starkey, the big swing on Morris Hill's ledger so far, the 2-run shot back in the 4th. Facing Napolitano for the first time, and the fastball misses outside. Nick Napolitano with a fastball-heavy diet. Got back-to-back strikeouts when he came in relief for the now-departed Joseph Rauscher. Ended up stranding what could have been the go-ahead run out at second. 1-0 fastball just above the letters. Zone has been consistently tight at the top here at Roberto Hernandez Stadium. A little bit extra gifted outside to both sides, especially against right-handed hitters. 10 of 18 outs for Morris Hill have come via the K. Fastball spun out into shallow left field, and that will drop for a base hit. So for the second consecutive inning, the Lions lead off with a knock, and they have a base runner aboard to begin the frame. Starkey 2 for 3. Senior in his second year with Morris Hill, looking to produce just as he did last year, and he's got the tying run aboard. Pacers took the lead on the solo home run from Evan Harding with 2 outs in the bottom half of the previous inning. But the Lions have shown that they can score in waves, as evidenced by the 3 in the 4th. Jack Davis, a pair of strikeouts today, and he takes the slider outside. Davis, redshirt junior, comes in from the aforementioned, now defunct Limestone College, played 35 games in 3 years for the Saints. Produced when he got the chance. Gets an opportunity in the opening day lineup here, and he takes ball 2 high. Lions going to have to get used to being on the road. This is far from a rare trip outside of Henderson Field for the Morris Hill University baseball program. Fastball on the inside corner, 2 balls and a strike. Each of the first 8 for the Lions and 15 of the first 19 will be on the road. They will not open up their home slate until Valentine's weekend when the Coker Cobras come to town. Napolitano, sky blue glove of the belt, comes home, and it's whacked back foul, strike 2. Even in fastball counts, each of the last few hitters against Napolitano have been a bit behind on that fastball. Extra firm from the senior righty. A lot of quality arms came over with Keith Gorman from Barton. 2-2. Fastball called. Strike 3 on the outside corner. All 3 outs for Napolitano have come via the K. It's a hat trick for Jack Davis. And there's 1 on and 1 out for Dawson Anderson, who has 2 strikeouts himself. Bottom 2 in the order, 0 for 5 strikeouts as the Lions look to lengthen their lineup in 2026. Anderson, who was the most productive in a slate of catchers as a true freshman last year, getting the opening day nod. And the question becomes, in Game 2 of today's doubleheader, who will replace him behind the dish? First pitch breaking ball misses a bit low. Anderson, although he has struck out twice, has controlled the game well defensively. Defense has been his calling card. Got the caught stealing via Melendez's gaff in the previous half inning. Dawson caught 20% of runners last year. That's about average for the level. Fastball taken for strike 1. There was not much production behind Dawson Anderson last year. He didn't take many games off, played 37 of 50 either behind the plate or in a DH role. Backup job was done by committee, but Zach Honeycutt does have a pair of interesting options for Game 2. Couple good looks that you could see, just depending on which way he wants to go, whether he wants to lean on the junior transfer Jake Modrak or go with the freshman Von Pilo. Swinging strike makes it 1-2. The fastball and slider combination continue to work well off of each other for Napolitano. Anderson chokes up. Breaking ball. Strike 3 swinging. Back pick to first. Glisson unable to catch Starkey napping. That's all 4 outs via the punch for Napolitano. Nick Napolitano has the repertoire and the mentality to be a productive back-end arm for Keith Gorman, but he's also stretching himself out a little bit here. And while the strikeout numbers were not high last year, they certainly are to start off. Back to the top for Alejandro Aguilar, and he takes ball one. Aguilar, the left-handed DH, listed as a two-way. He has not done much pitching at the collegiate level. Junior was 3 for 8 with an RBI last year. 1 for 3 today. 1-0 and the breaking ball, little bit outside, tried to twist its way in through the back door. Aguilar and the on-deck man, Mel Ribera, will be the two lefties in the lineup. Doesn't have many lefties to speak of overall. Napolitano's 2-0 is whacked back foul, strike one. The only left-handed hitter that is not in the lineup today for Mars Hill, at least one that has had legitimate collegiate experience, would be the junior Quinn Rembert. Played 13 games last year, primarily as a defensive replacement. So it's righty heavy, and they've seen a couple righties from the Pacers. Pickoff unsuccessful for Napolitano. Rauscher's final line in his debut with Aiken, 5 1/3, 4 hits, 3 runs, and 8 Ks. He walked just one batter. And again, because of the weather, you have 9 fewer innings to cover this weekend. Any length you get from a starter, to greater benefit. Fastball hit well out to left center field. Austin chasing back. He's at the track and runs it down. Well struck by Aguilar, but he comes up a little bit short. Leadoff single for Starkey. 3 straight batters retired following by Napolitano. Time to stretch at the Burt. 4-3, Pacers up.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, no doubt. I'll let him know. Second full inning of operation for Reed Withers. Came in relief for Austin Cutts. Gave up the solo home run that at the moment is the difference. First pitch of the bottom of the 7th. Sal Lamo, the second baseman, takes a called strike. Lamo 1 for 3, an RBI single back in the 5th, and then came around to score the game-tying run off the bat of Cam Austin. Withers allowed 4 straight base runners, an error, a home run, double, and hit by pitch, or intentional walk, rather, in that order, before getting the fly out from Martin to limit the damage. Ball and a strike is Lamo, Austin, and Glisson, 5, 6, 7 for Aiken. There's another righty up in the pen for Mars Hill. Pitch misses outside, 2 balls and a strike. Nobody moving at the moment for USC Aiken. And with the way that Napolitano has looked, that's not exactly a surprise. You can have a bit of a quick trigger when you only have 2 games to get through, but there's no reason to have that so far for USC Aiken. Top heavy on the ground, out to Potts at short. A little bit of a high throw. Strong stretch by Matson. Cuts down enough distance to retire Sal Limo. Left side of the dirt has had an adventurous opening day for Mars Hill, an error apiece from Potts and Bumgarner. But Potts, although he dropped the arm slot, still able to retire the player. And it appears that Keith Gorman, the third base coach and skipper for USC Aiken, would like to debate with the field umpire a little bit. Sal Limo was already about to jog off, having been called out. But now there's a bit of a conversation piece. It was a bang-bang play over there. The long release by the shortstop Carter Potts took a little bit of time. And they are going to bring this three-man umpire crew together to confirm the call over at first. The question likely stemming from both the timing of who got there first, ball or runner, but also whether or not Matson came off the bag. He stretched outwards, and then the throw went up a little bit, so he had to adapt seemingly in midair. They will confirm the out call, so after all that, nothing changes, and the leadoff man is retired. Limo now 1 for 4, 3 runs, 5 hits, and 2 errors for Mars Hill, 4 runs, 8 hits, and 2 errors for USC Aiken. Cam Austin Jr., the left fielder, he's 1 for 3, and he checks in. Austin, true freshman out of nearby Barnwell, South Carolina. This is a guy they are very excited to see develop, and he takes a called strike. Austin was originally committed to the University of South Carolina, Columbia. Now makes his way to Aiken. Fastball called a strike, 0-2. Was a 2A co-player of the year in the state of South Carolina. Incredibly highly regarded, 0-2. Swing and a miss, good off speed, and veteran presence wins out. Withers retires the freshman Austin on 3 pitches and picks up his first K. Just the 4th strikeout in 6 2/3 between the combo of Cutts and Withers. Strikeout totals were low last year for the Lions, and although Dallin Turner is in the process of implementing his own ideas on the program, still changes in progress. Donovan Glisson 1 for 3 steps up and takes ball 1 low and outside. Dallin Turner had a lengthy collegiate career, 6 years at 3 programs, and then spent this past summer as a pitching development intern at Pitching Performance Lab out in Louisville. Off-speed misses low, 2-0. So he's got a lot of experience both playing and on the technical side of development to pull off of. There's a lot of molds of clay to work with. 2-0. Chopped foul. Glisson pulling off just a little bit. Righty continues to move for the Lions in the pen. Not a ton of urgency as Withers has bounced back, looking for a 1-2-3 frame in his second frame of action. Ball game remains 4-3 in the bottom of this 7th inning. Count 2-1 on Glisson. Withers into the windup, and it's spanked foul down the right field line, out in the direction of that Mars Hill pen. Lions, after the cancellation of the remaining of this weekend series, they will go on the road to Belmont Abbey on Tuesday before heading south to Florida in the Sunshine State. They'll keep up with the Peach Belt motif and face Flagler for 3 next weekend. Withers has ran the count back even, 2-2 on Glisson. Fouled away. Just catching a piece a little bit over top of the sinking offering from Withers. Glisson stays in the fight. Zach Chavis on deck for Aiken if it gets that far. Lots of new faces looking to produce for the Pacers. Another 2-2. Pulled foul wide of third. That's often what happens even in a pre-portal era. You get a ton of movement when a coaching staff changes. The fact that Michael Holder leaves and Keith Gorman comes in, not only do a handful of the Barton players follow him, but a lot of the folks that were recruited by Holder go on for what they perceive as greener pastures. 7th pitch of this duel between Withers and his prey. Misses in the dirt, laid off of by Glisson. 5 of the top 7 hitters by average from last year's Aiken squad that went 23 and 29 do not return between graduations and transfers. 3-2 in the dirt, ball 4. Good battle from Glisson. He did not give in, and he works the 8-pitch walk, giving a 2-out base runner for the Pacers. Does indeed give the big lefty Zach Chavis a chance against Withers. Zach Honeycutt out of the dugout, looking towards his bullpen, wants to see if his reliever is ready. Gets the nod of affirmation from the Lions down the right field line, but Withers stays on to face Chavis. First pitch out of the stretch, misses high and outside. Chavis, 2 years at Pitt Community College. Had 13 home runs in those 2 campaigns and hit above 300 in both of them. Fastball just a bit down, a close miss. Goes the way of the home side as Aiken's 8-hitter rolls to a 2-0 count. Pacers have scored 4 unanswered, 3 in the 5th and 1 in the 6th. They would love to extend this advantage, though, into the later innings. Withers picks over. Plenty of time for the runner Glisson to get back. Glisson 47 starts last year after coming over from Kaiser. And he yanks this one into right field for a base hit. Back-to-back runners reaching with 2 outs. Quick throw in holds Glisson at second, but the bottom of the order continues to find ways to produce and presents an opportunity for Osman Melendez to add to this lead. We'll see if Zach Honeycutt now wants to make the swap after back-to-back 2-out base runners. He does have a different right-hander beginning to throw, so double barrel action for the Lions. Deep down the right field line in the Lion bullpen. Melendez 0 for 3. Did reach on an error last time up. So this is his second chance to see Withers. And he pops it up out behind second base. Starkey drifting back onto the grass. He calls off Davis and makes the play. Withers bends but does not break. Allows a walk and a single and strands 2. We head to the 8th on the Peach Belt Sports Network with the Pacers leading the Lions 4-3. Nick Napolitano has retired 5 of 6 batters faced in his inning and 2/3 of action. Top of the 8th on the Peach Belt Sports Network. I'm Noah Adcock-Howell, taking over mid-game for Marcus Johnson. You can hear his voice over at the Aiken Convocation Center. A busy Friday of activity here on the campus of the University of South Carolina at Aiken. Weather has pushed basketball, softball, and baseball all into doubleheader play here on this Friday afternoon and evening. Napolitano having issues with his pitch signs, it appears. He's got the wrist guard on the left arm, confirming those signs are the proper ones. And after a brief discussion with Keith Gorman, they met in the middle. He does have everything that he needs. It will be Ribera, Pastrana, and Bumgarner, 2, 3, and 4 for the Lions, a lefty and then 2 righties, none of whom have seen Napolitano yet. Mel Ribera 0 for 2, takes ball 1. Ribera Jr. out of Miami comes over from St. Petersburg Junior College, hit an impressive .354 last year, and also made 8 starts on the mound. A true two-way from the left side. Takes it down low, 2 balls, no strikes. Lions have 26 players listed as pitchers at minimum, not to mention a couple players like Ribera and Jacob Davis and Matt Murray, who all are listed as two-ways. And that's not uncommon for freshmen who did both in high school and are figuring out which one they're going to specialize in at the collegiate level, as Napolitano misses outside, ball 3. But it's less common for a player like Ribera, who has 2 years of impressive collegiate experience, to have done both and done both well beyond the high school level of play. 3-0 count on Ribera, taking all the way, and it finds the letters for strike 1. Lions have gotten the leadoff man on base each of the last 2 innings, both by way of singles. They have not been able to do anything with that, though. Lions have left on 4 in 7 offensive tries this game. 3-1 to Ribera, bounces in, and the leadoff man is aboard once more as the 8th inning begins with a tying run reaching in Mel Ribera. Ribera swiped 17 bases at the junior college level last year. He has not attempted a steal yet today. In fact, nobody has off of Glisson for Mars Hill. But we'll see whether or not Zach Honeycutt wants to put Ribera in motion with Yadiel Pastrana at the plate. Pastrana 1 for 3. He singled over the head of Melendez off of the starter Rauscher back in the 6th. First pitch to Pastrana, breaking ball at the knees, called strike 1. Pastrana, a junior college teammate of Ribera. They both joined Mars Hill together. And like Pastrana, this is his, or beg your pardon, like Ribera, this is his 3rd school in 3 years. Runner stopped and started. Pastrana waved at the breaking ball, 0-2. Pastrana signed originally with Division I Alabama State. Went to the D1 level after playing for the International Baseball Academy in Puerto Rico. Then went to the JUCO level, played very well as an outfielder. Now joins the D2 ranks for a Mars Hill program on the rise. 0-2. Fastball called. Strike 3 outside corner. Make it 5 Ks in relief for Napolitano and 13 on the game for the Pacer pitching staff. One of the 2 arms in the bullpen for the Lions has sat down. Remember, they were going double barrel in the bottom of the 7th. After 2 innings of 1-run relief from Withers, Reed Withers, who is currently the pitcher of record on the losing side, is likely to give way to a new man. Napolitano, a soft pickoff try, just checking on Ribera over there as Tarek Bumgarner steps in. Bumgarner, the senior, over at third base today. Watches the breaking ball. Spin past, wide outside. Bumgarner, 8 homers, 17 extra base hits last year in what was a breakout junior season for him, the senior out of Newton, North Carolina. And as we mentioned, preseason all-conference in the SAC. Couple pickoffs in a row unsuccessful. Napolitano continues to have eyes on Ribera, and in his focus nearly fumbled the return throw from Yadiel Diaz. Healthy lead for Ribera. Bumgarner at the ready, and he fists it foul past the Pacers' dugout on the third base side. Aiken not seeing any movement in the bullpen. Napolitano has remained relatively unchallenged and has worked rather efficiently as well. There has been no cause for alarm as he supplanted Rauscher in style. Another pickoff move, and this one nearly got away from Diaz again. It would have been the third pickoff error of the game for a Pacer pitcher. And luckily for Napolitano, Diaz able to show off the athleticism and keep the ball in front of him. Rivera continues to sit in the mind of Napolitano. Breaking ball fouled straight back. Strike two. Slider hung just a little bit. Bumgarner, a bit of a late decision to swing, but he got around quickly and whipped the barrel straight onto the bottom of the ball. Not a pitch you'd like to replicate if you're the senior righty. Napolitano deals. Fastball sliced out to center field. Harding barely has to move a couple steps in, and he runs down the second out of the inning. Pattern continues to be present for Morris Hill. They have gotten the leadoff man on in 3 straight innings. They have not been able to do anything with that leadoff runner in the first 2, and back-to-back batters retired, threatening to do the same thing for a 3rd straight time in the top of the 8th. Chappell Matson hoping to change that fate. Matson struck out swinging against Napolitano in the 6th. He was the first man to greet the reliever. Right on right, a long pause for Napolitano. Breaking ball misses a bit inside. Pacers tied the ball game on back-to-back 2-out RBI singles from Sal Limo and Cameron Austin Jr., and then took the lead on a 2-out home run from Evan Harding in the 6th. Fastball fouled back off the facing of the stands here at Roberto Hernandez Stadium. One ball and one strike. Game 2 tentatively was scheduled at 5 o'clock p.m. It will begin approximately 30 minutes after the conclusion of this ball game, which has moved along a bit slower than most. Often does early in the season. Runner stops and starts. Not the first time we've seen that from Rivera. A back pick from Glisson, just to keep him close. 2 balls and a strike. Oftentimes earlier in the season, swaps will take a little bit extra time in between innings. Pitch clock a bit more forgiving. Fastball punched in the air out to right center field. Harding and Jennings converge. Harding calls it off in front of the track and makes the play. Matson got just a bit underneath it, and the Lions leave a man on base for the 3rd straight frame. Pacers stay in front by 1 to the bottom of the 8th we go as USC Aiken looks to open up the season with a W. Evan Harding leading off the bottom of the 8th for USC Aiken, and the new man on the mound for Morris Hill is going to be Owen Bynum. Senior made 12 appearances out of the pen last year. Harding, first pitch swinging, lines it out to deep center field, and it will carry over the head of Pastrana off his glove for extra bases. Harding, who opened up the first home run of the season for USC Aiken last time up, picks up the leadoff double as Aiken looks for some insurance. Harding on base 4 times out of 5, 2 for 3 with 2 hit by pitches. And as soon as the Lions have let him swing, he has done damage. Pacers clinging to the 4-3 advantage that Harding provided. Long ball came against the reliever Withers. Currently Reed Withers is on the hook for the loss. He preceded Bynum, went 2 innings, 3 hits, just the 1 run, but the run right now is the difference. Chance Jennings doubled last time up. He's been on base 3 times in a 1-for-3 day. Takes ball 1 with a breaking pitch outside. Bynum looking for a bounce-back campaign for Morris Hill. Had 2 quality seasons with the Lions and then took a bit of a step back last year. ERA a bit above 11. Had some trouble with command. This is poked into right field. Davis ranging to his right. He will track it down. Plenty deep enough for Harding to go from second to third. A productive out number 1 for Chance Jennings. Jennings going with the breaking ball well. Slider stayed up just enough out of the hand of Bynum for Jennings to take advantage. And so Yadiel Diaz, who has been on base every single time he has touched the plate today for the Pacers, will get another chance. No, he will not. It is the second intentional walk in as many plate appearances for Yadiel Diaz. Hit .366 with Barton last year. He's ready to produce again this year. The 6-year senior, 3 hits, 2 walks, a run, and an RBI. And so once again, Blake Martin will be challenged to find a way to produce. Martin's 0 for 4, and he flew out to deep center after Diaz was intentionally walked last time. First pitch misses inside, a firm fastball from Bynum. Senior has been nothing but a reliever his entire career. He was great as a freshman. 1-0 on Martin. He's driven out to deep center field. Pastrana going back. He's at the track, and it is off the wall for extra bases. Harding will score easily. Diaz gets the wave around third. It's a 2 RBI double for Martin as the throw is not in time. Blake Martin's first hit as a Pacer is a big one. Adds a couple key runs to the lead for the Pacers. It is 6-3 in the 8th. Pacers are trying to claw their way through a crowded Peach Belt, and they continue to go after this bullpen. Have greeted both Withers and Bynum with a barrage of base hits. And the intentional walk comes back to bite the Lions as Martin makes Morris Hill pay. Here's Sal Limo. Curveball catches the outside corner. Limo gave up a bit prematurely and is visibly frustrated. It's now 11 hits for USC Aiken, and all 9 players in the starting lineup have reached base. Curveball hit well down the right field line, curling away from Davis, and that will hit foul off the base of the outfield wall. Back to double barrel for Morris Hill. They've got 2 more arms moving, one quicker than the other. But there are 2 men beginning to toss as Bynum is struggling in his first outing of the year. 2 runs already given up, a man at second and just 1 out, and that 1 out was a well-hit ball from Chance Jennings. Bynum is ahead 0-2 on Limo. Breaking ball misses outside. Ball 1. Sal had the RBI single back in the 5th, the second of 3 runs to come home in that frame for USC Aiken. And now Limo in his first game as a Pacer. Chance to break it open. 1-2. Scooped foul as Sal stays alive. Will be interesting to see where these two head coaches choose to go in terms of changes both to the lineup and who their starting pitcher is for Game 2 of the doubleheader. You'd like to see what your depth looks like in these early opportunities, especially with only 2 games this week. Martin on the move, fastball is outside and all the way to the backstop. Blake a big turn around third. He was already in motion, so he will have the stolen base. Martin showing off a good bit of power and speed. He's got his first steal of the year. Did not run a ton at UNC Charlotte, but he spent the last 3 summers with his hometown Lexington County Blowfish, and it is a legal requirement to be able to run if you play there. 2-2. Swing and a miss, an indecisive swing from Limo, and he got tied up for the K. Bynum picks up his first punch out of the day. 2 in and 2 out for Cameron Austin Jr. Austin struck out swinging on 3 pitches against Withers last time up. 3 strikeouts and an RBI single for the freshman. Inside ball 1. Austin listed as a utility man. He is out in left field today, and he will likely patrol the outfield long term, but you could plug him in all over the diamond. Goes after the outside fastball and pokes it out of play 1-1. Lions, in addition to having 2 men throwing both a righty and a lefty in the bullpen, also have a couple players beginning to swing bats back behind the dugout. Another foul ball, 1-2. Perhaps indicating that Zach Honeycutt would like to get a couple players some pinch hit opportunities in the top of the 9th. At the moment, Morris Hill has Potts, Starkey, and Davis, 6, 7, 8 due up. 1-2. Outside evens the count. And although there are a couple players stretching for USC Aiken, does seem like Napolitano will have the 9th. He is currently the pitcher of record. 2-2. Breaking ball softly on the ground to first. That will be scooped up by Matson, and he will take it himself. Aiken adds 2 more on the RBI double from Blake Martin. 6-3 Pacers looking to lock down the win as we open up the season in the top of the 9th. Nick Napolitano looking for the W in the first game of the 2026 USC Aiken season. Game 2 to begin 30 minutes after the conclusion of this one is over. Both 9-inning contests. Morris Hill trailing 6-3, and Carter Potts due up to start the inning. Nick Napolitano has given up a hit and a walk, but he has also struck out 5 in 3 2/3 scoreless. 2 2/3 rather. Potts one of those 5 strikeout victims. And the breaking ball catches the outside corner, 0-1. Joseph Rauscher got the start for USC. Aiken came 2 outs away from a quality start, but he left with a tie game, and so Napolitano is currently in line for the win. Hard ground ball out to short. Blake Martin easily over to first, and there's one down in the top of the ninth. Evan Harding's solo home run in the bottom of the sixth off of Reed Withers is the difference right now, so Withers would be the losing pitcher if the score holds. The aforementioned Martin added to the advantage with a 2-run double in the previous half. Peyton Starkey, 2 for 3, a 2-run home run. He's been the most productive member of the Lion offense. Has the only hit against Napolitano so far. Fastball on the ground to third. Attacking early, Osman Melendez. Sidearms to first, 2 away. Just like that, the Lions down to their final out. Jack Davis was due up, but it appears we're going to have a pinch hitter for Mars Hill. Gavin Miller, the freshman, is going to make his collegiate debut. So Miller, the freshman out of Norwood, North Carolina, will be the first year to debut for the Lions. He replaces Davis, who went 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. And he's first pitch swinging, ready to attack early. Diving play in the hole from Lamo. Off-balance throw to first. Not quite in time. Would have been a web gem for Sal Lamo to end it. Instead, Gavin Miller begins his college career with his first hit. Miller runs well, especially out of the left side of the box, and he was able to hustle his way over to first in time. And so we are going to see another pinch hitter as Zachary Semino will come off the bench. Dawson Anderson also 0 for 3. Both Starkey and Miller attacking the first pitch they saw. Napolitano has been fastball heavy in this inning. Now 6 hits and 3 runs for Mars Hill with 2 errors. 6 runs, 11 hits and 2 errors for Aiken. First pitch breaking ball in the dirt. Semino, great numbers last year when he got a chance. Only played in 14 games, but went 14 of 42. He hit .333 at the plate after not playing at all in 2024. So you have to wonder if he's going to get more opportunities as the year goes along. Fastball called strike 1. Lions certainly still within striking distance, but down to that final out. Starting to drift their eyes towards game 2. Fastball a bit outside. It was not gloved cleanly by Glisson in an attempt to frame. He did not secure the baseball first, 2-1. Alejandro Aguilar is on deck, and if Semino can get aboard, he would represent the tying run in a 6-3 ball game. Fastball popped up, out into shallow right field. Jennings in, Lamo out. Chance Jennings has it, and he makes the catch as the Pacers begin the 2026 season with a W. Nick Napolitano gets the W. Glisson, all smiles from behind the plate. Napolitano goes 3 2/3 scoreless, and on the backs of Harding and Martin, the Pacers a come-from-behind win. 6-3 the final out, hitting the Lions 11-6, and they scored 6 unanswered after the first 4. Got 3 unearned off of Austin Cutts, and then went to work against the pen with 3 additional runs on a series of extra base hits. Pacers get the W, as does Napolitano. The loss goes to Withers. And that's all she wrote for game number 1, but we are far from done yet. 30 minutes from now, we will roll right on in to game 2. Lions and Pacers once more. USC Aiken will look to sweep the doubleheader, but for now, they are undefeated in 2026. A 1-0 start, always better than the alternative. I've been Noah Adcock-Howarth. Come on back, we're not done yet. 9 more innings still to play. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Game 2 of today's opening day doubleheader on the campus of the University of South Carolina at Aiken. My name is Noah Adcock-Howarth, welcoming you in on the Peach Belt Sports Network. If you were with us in Game 1 between the Pacers of USCA and the Mars Hill University Lions, you saw the Pacers put up 6 unanswered to win their season opener 6-3. We roll on into the nightcap with the likelihood that the rest of the weekend will be washed out by some impending inclement weather. This is likely the final chance for USCA and Mars Hill to get their opening weekend off on the right foot. The Lions, just a couple changes at the bottom of their order, but the initial 7 starters will remain the same. Alejandro Aguilar will DH, Mel Rubiera right behind him. Those are the only 2 lefties in the starting lineup. Yadiel Pastrana will bat third and play center. Tarek Bumgarner behind him at third base, and Chappell Matson rolls over to first and plays fifth. Carter Potts back at shortstop. Peyton Starkey at second. He had a 2-run home run in Game 1. Gavin Miller, who pinch hit in the 9th of Game 1 and got an infield single for his first collegiate hit. The freshman gets college start number 1. And Evan Ash will be behind the plate. The senior transfer from Southwest Tennessee Community College takes over behind the dish, and he will replace Dawson Anderson. On the mound for USC Aiken, an impact freshman with an incredibly high ceiling. This is a guy they are all kinds of fired up about. Ben Shepard, the freshman out of Tryon, 6'6", 215 for the right-hander who was all-state down there in Northwest Georgia. Hard-throwing righty. Command can be a little bit inconsistent if the fall and spring are an early indication, but this is a guy that where there are a lot of slots to prove yourself in a new rotation in a new season, he is certainly making a case early. He will get the game to start. He will kick off his college career taking on Alejandro Aguilar. Upper 40s, blue skies trying to dot their way through the crowds as we get rolling in game number 2. Just a handful of minutes behind schedule, 5:23 first pitch. And into it we go as Ben Shepard's first pitch is ladled out into shallow left field and ran down by Cam Austin. Freshman makes the pitch, freshman makes the catch, and Aguilar's retired on 1. The rest of the defense for USC Aiken, Austin Harding and Chance Jennings left to right across the outfield. Osmond Melendez and Blake Martin on the left side of the dirt. Sal Lamo and Yariel Diaz on the right side, and the catcher will be Ryan Becker. He's the only man in the lineup for Aiken who did not play in Game 1. Mel Rivera, 2 walks and an 0 for 2 first game, takes a called strike on the outer third. 3-man crew of umpires having rotated, so a new man behind the dish for the gentleman in black means a slightly different zone to get accustomed to for both offenses. Rivera, one of 2 lefties, golfs this out to deep right field. Jennings twisting about at the track will put it away, and 2 fly ball outs induced by Ben Shepard. Shepard has garnered a ton of praise from players both in his class and the older newcomers for the Pacers. The coaching staff led by new head coach Keith Gorman. They feel very strongly about him. One of the toughest things to do when you're a coach taking over a new program, retain recruits, especially out of the high school ranks. Ben Shepard's a guy a lot of folks were very positive about, and for him to reaffirm that commitment to Aiken only shows what Keith Gorman hopes to garner as a serious amount of respect for this Pacers pitching staff. Ariel Pastrana takes a called strike with a firm breaking ball from Shepard. Good downhill action for the big righty. 0-1, a little bit off the outside corner. Gorman, for those of you not in the know, taking over with the Pacers after a handful of seasons at fellow Division II school Barton. He was 152 and 116 in 6 years with the Bulldogs. Popped up on the first base side of the diamond. Yariel Diaz into foul territory. He makes the catch. 3 fly ball outs induced by Ben Shepard. He retires the side in order. Firm start to his collegiate career. On the opposite side, Dustin Dunlap gets the ball for the Mars Hill Lions when we come back. Evan Harding leading off for the Pacers in the bottom of the first, and we did misspeak in going into the break. It will not be Dunlap on the mound for Morris Hill. Instead, it will be Jacob Davis, the true freshman, who will also, much like his opposite number, Ben Shepard, be making his collegiate debut. Listed as a two-way, the righty out of McDowell High School in North Carolina begins with Evan Harding, who went 2 for 3 with a home run in the opener of today's doubleheader. First pitch breaking ball called for a strike. Davis, low arm slot, fastball slider. He will mix up his release points as well. Jams Harding, who pops it out into shallow right field, and the leadoff man is retired for USC Aiken. Rest of the lineup, Chance Jennings, Yariel Diaz, and Blake Martin, 2, 3, 4. Sal Lamo at second and Cam Austin out in left, 5 and 6. Donovan Glisson moves from catcher to DH. Ryan Becker will do the catching and hit behind him. And Osman Melendez back in the 9 spot for Keith Gorman. Chance Jennings 1 for 4 with a walk back in right field today. Good speed for the former Winthrop Eagle. After a couple decently productive seasons up in Rock Hill, he now gets a chance to be a more integral piece of the offense. And the cutter misses outside, as that was Davis dropping down the slot to a more sidearm release. Showed multiple different launch angles while he was warming up, then goes right back over the top with a traditional four-seam fastball and blows it past Jennings. When you can mix up speeds and mix up looks the way Davis is early, even as a freshman, it's still an uncomfortable at-bat first time through. Fastball high and outside, Jennings takes ball 2. And at this level, even the best of pitchers very rarely can get by on pure velocity alone. You have to have something to differentiate, and that's exactly what Davis is looking to show. Jennings spikes this one out into right field. Breaking ball hung, and Chance makes the young pitcher pay. Jennings on with a 1-out single, and the Pacers have their first base runner of the ball game in the bottom of the first. 1 on, 1 out for Yariel Diaz, the first baseman, who was a perfect 3 for 3 with 2 intentional walks. In the opener of today's doubleheader, Diaz got on 3 straight hits and then was intentionally walked twice in the 7th and 9th innings. There's that side-winding release. High fastball. Diaz was underneath it. Yadiel, following Keith Gorman from Barton, made 53 starts last year, hit a team-best .366 average. Fastball high and tight, 1 ball, 1 strike. Jennings, good speed. He did not attempt to steal in game number 1, but he's got a healthy lead being held on by Matson over at first. High fastball, ball 2. The rest of the defense for Morris Hill, Ribiera, Pastrana, and Miller left to right in the outfield. Tarek Bumgarner and the aforementioned Chappell Matson on the corners. Up the middle, it's Carter Potts at short and Peyton Starkey at second. High fastball, 3 balls and a strike. Evan Ash will do the catching in his Morris Hill debut. Davis falling behind back-to-back hitters. The one detriment to working with multiple arm slots can be a lack of consistency, and he misses outside. Diaz is a perfect 6 for 6 in terms of getting on base as a Pacer so far. Back-to-back men reach for Blake Martin, who had the 2-run double that gave USC Aiken some much-needed insurance in that first game. Turned a 4-3 lead to a 6-3 advantage in the bottom of the 8th. And that was more than enough for Nick Napolitano, who got the win with 3 2/3 scoreless innings of relief. Martin takes a first pitch sinker just off the outside corner. Didn't miss by much, but that's now a series of consecutive misses for Jacob Davis. And when you're having to keep track of exactly where your release point is and find that familiarity of both over the top and from the side, all it takes is one to go to awry. And then that mystique that is created by those different looks starts to dissipate a little bit. It's why you very rarely see multiple looks extend past the collegiate level. More often than not, if you get to the upper levels of college baseball or the professional ranks at any level, you're generally focused on one release. 2-0 fastball. Martin was hunting it and sent it serving right back into the top of the net behind home plate here at Roberto Hernandez Stadium. Jennings at second, Diaz at first. The Lion defense working in double play depth. Potts holding the runner on at second base. High fastball, ball 3. Davis overthrew a bit and lost his hat in the process. Both these teams, a lot of turnover, which means a lot of opportunities up for grabs. The two starters on the mound, Davis and Shepard, trying to take advantage of those openings. Davis behind 3-1, in danger of loading the bases with one out. Martin rips it into right field, base hit. Jennings gets the wave around third. Miller comes up throwing to third. It is cut off, and Blake Martin's got himself an RBI single to open the scoring. Sitting dead red, a good fastball hitter in a fastball count. Martin's got 3 RBIs in his first day as a Pacer, and Aiken leads 1-0. Jennings got a great turn around third base. There was no opportunity to cut him down. Diaz read it well while Jennings had to freeze on the line to make sure it got past Matson. Yariel Diaz was off on the crack of the bat. He got in first to third. Nobody backing up to get Martin, and there's men at the corners for Sal Lamo. Breaking ball outside, right on right. Lamo 1 for 5 with an RBI single in game 1. It was Morris Hill that scored first in the opener, put up 3 in the top of the 4th against the starter, Joseph Roscher. Tipped into the mitt, 1 ball, 1 strike. But since then, 7 unanswered for Aiken between the 2 games. And the Pacers not looking to be content with just the 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Martin a sizable lead. Slider misses outside. We've seen sinker slider from that sidewinding release for Jacob Davis. Almost exclusively fastballs from over the top. He did feature a traditional curveball in warm-ups from that release. Slide step, pitch misses high. Martin was on the move. The throwdown is a good one, and not in time. Blake Martin able to sneak his hand in, and that takes away the double play chance. Got a good jump, and Evan Ash's throw sailed on himself a little bit. 2 men in scoring position. Martin now has a pair of stolen bases in his first 2 games. 3-1 on Lamo. Flown out to deep right field. Miller drifting back. He's at the warning track and runs it down in front of the wall. That will score Diaz from third. Miller up 90 feet as well. And Sal Lamo doubles the advantage on the sacrifice fly. Martin up over to third base, a multi-run opportunity for the Pacers in inning number 1. And Cam Austin will go freshman versus freshman against Davis to try to bring home Martin and make it a truly crooked number for USC Aiken. 2 outs and 2 runs. First pitch to the lefty Austin on the inside corner. Cam Austin, State Co-Player of the Year. Got a ton of talent out in the outfield and especially at the plate. Puts us on the ground sharply out to second. Knocked down by Potts. Recovery over to first in time to get the hustling Austin Jr. Pacers strike early. 2 runs, 2 hits, and a man left on. Pacers 2, Lions nothing on the Peach Belt Sports Network through the first. Ben Shepard went 1-2-3 through his first collegiate inning, and his offense rewarded him with a 2-0 advantage. Tarek Bumgarner will lead off for the Lions, who once again find themselves chasing the Pacers of USC Aiken. Bumgarner hitless with a hit-by pitch in Game 1 of the doubleheader. Skies the first pitch he sees down the right field line and out of reach, out of play, despite the best efforts from Yadiel Diaz. All 3 outs in the top half of the first induced by Shepard came in the air. 2 line drives to the deeper parts of the corners and then a pop-up into foul territory. Off the bat of Yariel Pastrana, similar to the one that Diaz just chased down, albeit in enough foul territory to be catchable. Fastball blown past the cleanup man Bumgarner. That is one thing you certainly cannot take away from Shepard. He can throw the baseball. That fastball is easily his best pitch out of the 3 offerings he possesses. 0-2 to Bumgarner. Breaking ball, hung a little bit, hit deep out to left center field. Austin converging with Harding, and it's the veteran Evan Harding who runs it down. So each of the 3 outfielders have a catch in the first 4 outs of the game for Shepard. Chappell Matson will step in. Right-handed hitting first baseman looking to be the initial base runner against Shepard and potentially throw him off his rhythm. Matson, 5th-year senior out of that same McDowell High School program that birthed Lions starting pitcher Jacob Davis, albeit never at the same time as they are 4 years apart. Breaking ball down 1-0. Matson has been with Mars Hill his entire career, did not play in 2024. He's a career .267 hitter, and every year that he's been healthy and available, he has improved season by season. Outlasting his own head coach in Zach Honeycutt. Been here longer than the head man, but he got fooled badly on the sinking fastball. An unsure swing from the veteran. 1-1. We talked about it in the first half of the ball game. Runs true again in the nightcap. 7 straight righties, 3 through 9 in the order for Mars Hill. Grounder out to Lamo at second. Routine play for him. 5 up, 5 down for Ben Shepard. No ordinary freshman for the product of Tryon High School down in Northwest Georgia. He was the player of the year in his region twice. He was all-state last year. Don't often get a player so highly decorated to come across state lines at this level. Carter Potts back at shortstop, second straight game. First chance for him against Shepard. He is at the knee, strike 1. Lions dropped 2 out of 3 against the Pacers last year. It was the first time these programs have ever matched up toe-to-toe. Breaking ball in the dirt went from the mitt of the catcher Becker to the chest protector of the umpire. Everybody appears to be all right, and it's 1-1. Second straight season in which the Lions and Pacers open up their campaigns against the other. And with this likely to be just a 2-game set by way of weather, all the more important to snag the nightcap here if you're the Pacers. Want to sweep the day and sweep the weekend rather than splitting these two and sending Mars Hill back on their way. 1-2 pitch to Potts. Check swing. On the appeal. He did go around. There's the first college strikeout for Ben Shepard. Back-to-back 1-2-3 innings. Freshman fired up. And the Pacers a healthy advantage. 2-0 and looking for more on the opposite side.
A couple of them that I had put in earned that we had to go back in and do unearned.
Donovan Glissing leading off the bottom of the second for USC Aiken. He'll be succeeded by Ryan Becker and Osmond Melendez as the bottom third of the USC Aiken order look to do the same amount of damage to freshman Jacob Davis as was done by the first six. Pacers leading by a pair in the bottom of the second. Glisson 1 for 3 and a walk as the catcher in game one. He'll DH this one, taking a called strike with a breaking ball. That was a bit of an in-between option in terms of release point for Davis. Release point being such a piece of interest when it comes to his repertoire as a whole. Into his windup, spins around a little bit, gave a little bit of extra addition to it. Slow roller on the third base side, going to have to hurry, and Bumgarner makes a fine play on the run. Snuck past the outstretched reach of the two-way Davis. And so it was up to the veteran third baseman Bumgarner to run it down, and he did. It was a little bit of a hitch in the windup for Davis there before dropping low. Threw off the timing of Glisson a bit, as was evidenced by the unsure swing and the soft contact. Leadoff man retired for Ryan Becker, who gets his first swings of the season. It's another transfer they're excited about. Comes over from Division I Presbyterian. Takes a called strike. Becker, 3 years with the Blue Hose, made 39 starts over 3 years. Davis looking to clean things up in his second inning, the 0-1. Breaking ball just a bit below the likings of the home plate umpire. Temperature dropping rapidly as we enter nightfall here in Aiken. Pacers looking to get out of here with a doubleheader sweep. And all the fingers and toes still intact. 1-1 from the windup. High and outside, fastball overthrown a bit. When Davis has missed with the fastball, no matter the release point, he has generally missed high. It's been especially the case from over the top as he tries to find exactly where he wants to release from. 2-1. Good breaking ball on the inside corner. Freezes Becker to even the count. Never quite know what you're going to get when it comes to a freshman arm. But both Zach Honeycutt and Keith Gorman feeling strongly about the freshman they're putting out there on the mound for game two. Breaking ball outside, full count on the catcher Ryan Becker. 9-man Osmond Melendez waiting in the on-deck circle. Payoff from Davis. Sliced out into right center field. Pastrana on his horse, lays out, and he cannot complete the catch. It did not survive the ground, and so it's a one-out single for Ryan Becker as he welcomes himself into the Pacer colors. A heck of an effort from Yerio Pastrana. He went full horizontal, skidding on the multicolored grass out there. But he did not survive the contact with the ground. Ball entered the mitt, but as the glove slammed into that cold, hard grass, he could not complete the catch. 1 on, 1 out for Osmond Melendez. Slide step, quick pitch, and a good one. Breaking ball cuts in for a called strike. Melendez was 0 for 4 in the first game. He was held hitless, but he reached via an error and was then promptly caught stealing on a 2-3-6 putout. Thought about the bunt. Melendez pulls back. 1 ball, 1 strike. Melendez, fourth-year junior, spent 3 seasons at Seminole State Junior College in the JUCO powerhouse of Florida. High fastball, ball 2, and again, Davis's hat gets the better of him. He's lost that on a few releases in a row. Becker sneaking his way off of first. And that is a balk called. A little flinch from Jacob Davis. Went to come set, then shook his arm off. And that's just a freshman mistake from a young player trying to get comfortable. It appears that Zach Honeycutt wants an explanation. Skipper trying to figure out what the call is. The second baseman Carter Potts, or shortstop Carter Potts, wants one as well. So now a man at second, and the fastball is roped foul. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Takes away the double play opportunity, and now the Pacers have a chance to advance this advantage. If Melendez can come through, 2-2. Little bit outside, ball 3. Another fastball above the letters. Dangerous center fielder Evan Harding waiting on deck, back at the top of the Aiken order. Full count, 1 out, bottom 2. Pacers already up by a pair. Payoff from Davis. Fouled off. Curveball. Not buried. Melendez was still over top of it, however. And so we will do it again. Becker with the 1-out single, and then having taken second on the balk. Lightly held on by Starkey. Fouled straight back on a high heater. Another quick pitch from Davis. We have not seen that overly frequently with a man on base, as Davis tries to avoid another balk call. 8th pitch of the at-bat is fouled back. That's back-to-back quick pitches from Jacob Davis. He has come very close to not coming set and therefore committing a second different balk infraction within the same at-bat. That was not the issue that caused the balk that moved Becker from first to second. 8th pitch of the at-bat. Davis against Melendez. On the ground to short. Potts gloves it. Low throw is dug out on the other side by Matson. Chappell Matson helps out his shortstop. That holds Becker out at second base. And Davis wins the duel with Melendez. 2 downs. Pacers still have a man in scoring position looking to add to the 2-0 lead. And the right-handed center fielder Evan Harding will get another chance. He opened the bottom of the first by flying out to deep right field. High leg kick from Davis, a departure from his traditional look, and so it was easily read by Becker as an inside pickoff move. First pitch breaking ball off the end of the bat, nubbed up the middle to short. Potts to his left, high throw in time, and a pair of ground balls allow Davis to escape unharmed. Becker stranded out at second. Pacers held off the board, leading 2-0 after 2 in Aiken.
Brian, you can tell me later.
6 up, 6 down in the collegiate debut of Ben Shepard. He will see Peyton Starkey to lead off the top of the third. Starkey, multi-hit game. He was the only member of Morris Hill's offense to pick up multiple hits, as Morris Hill tallied just 5 in the 6-3 loss to Aiken in the opener. 2 for 4, a home run and 2 RBIs for the veteran. Starkey first pitch swinging to begin the third. Ground ball out to short. Blake Martin as he so often does, makes it look easy. We wondered where Martin would settle. He's played all 3 infield spots save for first in his collegiate career between Spartanburg Methodist and UNC Charlotte. Shortstop, probably the one, at least as of late, that he has played the least, but he can do all relatively easily, and that versatility is definitely going to be a weapon down the stretch for head coach Keith Gorman. First pitch of the at-bat to the lefty Gavin Miller misses outside. Miller came off the bench as a pinch hitter in the top of the 9th, went 1 for 1 with 2 outs as he supplanted Jack Davis and got the infield single. Now gets the start and skies it out into left field. Off the end of the bat for Cam Austin Jr. He's underneath it and under the twilight makes the catch. 8 up, 8 down. Just another outing for Ben Shepard. Looking to work a perfect first turn through the order. Only the veteran Evan Ash stands in his way, senior out of Ontario, who comes over from Southwest Tennessee Community College. Slightly open right on right. The big fella comes downhill and drops in the 12-6 curve for a called strike. Shepard getting a little bit of advice from Yadiel Diaz, the first baseman. Now right back into his windup. Fires in the fastball, and Ash was underneath it. Because of that high release that Shepard possesses in his 6'6 frame, he gets downhill very well, and the angle of attack on the fastball can be very difficult to pick up for the hitters, especially when that fastball rides at the top of the zone, likely to swing underneath, as Ash did. 0-2. Inside, 1 ball, 2 strikes. A bit of extra velocity there for Shepard as he looked to emphatically close out the third the same way he did the second. That was with his first strikeout. 1-2. Breaking ball misses low and outside. Had good bite to it, but started too far off the corner to induce a chase from Ash. Count evens, 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Lions trailing 2-0. Shepard rocks and deals. Fastball lofted out to right field. Jennings has room. Chance is underneath it. And he makes the catch to draw the top of the third to a conclusion. Ben Shepard has faced the minimum through his first 3 innings. He continues to roll on. Pacers back to the bat as we approach the bottom of the third. Into the bottom of the third at Roberto Hernandez Stadium. Opening weekend, opening day of the Division II season. Junior college baseball got rolling a couple days ago as well. And these first 2 levels getting a little bit of a jump start on the Division I and Division III peers. USC Aiken will have 2, 3, 4. Jennings, Diaz, and Martin getting their second look at the freshman Jacob Davis. And the first pitch to Chance Jennings comes up top and nearly catches a piece of the outfielder. All Jennings could do to get out of the way on the running sinker. Chance, 2 years at Winthrop. He started 28 games. Not primarily as a freshman, so he had a key role, but saw that role drop a little bit as a sophomore. And now he is immediately into the starting lineup for Keith Gorman. 1 ball and 1 strike. Jennings singled and scored in the first. Fastball high, 2 balls and a strike. Chance got a breaking ball he could handle, went the opposite way. Advanced on a walk from Diaz and scored on Blake Martin's RBI single, which opened up the offense for Aiken. Lead was doubled on a Sal Lamo sac fly. Sinker in on the hands, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Diaz and Martin waiting. Dangerous part of the order for Davis to navigate. 2-2. High and inside, ball 3. A couple different Morris Hill relievers have begun to stretch about. No sign of any action getting going. Davis's pitch count not overly a concern through 2+. But another full count to contend with. Outside, just off the corner. That's a veteran take from Jennings, and he draws a leadoff walk. A close call that in Game 1 was going the way of the pitcher. You could see multiple members of the Morris Hill infield, hands on their heads in disbelief. They thought their freshman had the K. Would have been his first as a collegiate athlete. Instead, it's his second walk allowed. The other man who drew one, Yadiel Diaz, comes to the plate. First pitch slider outside. Nobody has figured out how to stop Yadiel Diaz so far. 2 singles, a double, and 3 walks, although 2 of them were intentional in the late innings of that first one. Chance was leaning, but he's in just in time. The high throw on the pickoff from Davis enabled Jennings to get the left hand in underneath the tag from Matson. Zach Honeycutt was barking orders in the direction of home plate. Not sure if he was questioning the umpire or asking Ash for some assistance, the catcher. Diaz fouls the fastball back 1-1. Either way, worth keeping an eye on. Pacers are 1 for 1 stealing bases off of the combination of Davis and Ash. That was Blake Martin. Chance was on the move. Fastball was fouled back once again. And a good jump from Jennings had that ball not been clubbed out of play. Pacers looking to get back into their winning ways that precluded the Michael Holder era. 1-2 pitch is lofted foul down the right field line. 3 of the 4 seasons under the former head man were sub 500. Prior to Michael Holder's arrival, they had not had a not losing season since 1999. 22 consecutive winning campaigns under Kenny Thomas, and now Keith Gorman takes over, and he has done a lot of winning in his career. Another pickoff, this one not quite in time. Jennings safe for a second time. Keith Gorman won a national title at the JUCO ranks at Cumberland County. He's on the move again, lined out to right field directly at Miller. He will make the catch. Throw back into first is not quite in time. A strong throw out of the left hand of Gavin Miller. Jennings was nearly all the way at second when the ball left the barrel of Diaz. He is finally retired on a scorching line drive, and there's 1 away in the bottom of the 3rd. After 2 pickoff attempts, 2 disengagements is the rule at the NCAA level, regardless of whether you pick over or not. A 3rd one is unsuccessful. It's a balk. Martin first pitch swinging, out to left field, twisting this way and that, and it is a running catch from Mel Ribera in left field. That had all kinds of slice off the lumber of Martin. And Ribera, who did not get a good angle on it initially, able to adjust mid-air. And he tracks it down, a pair of hard-hit outs from the meat of the order. Davis looking for back-to-back scoreless innings. And after the leadoff walk, he's 1 out away from a 0 in the bottom of the third. Sal Lamo, who had that sac fly first time up, will try to extend the inning. Jennings a bit further off in his lead. There he goes. First pitch slider is outside. Good one to throw on, and the throw from Ash clanged off the helmet of Chance Jennings, who's in safely with a stolen base. Because Davis went to his abbreviated leg lift, it did not take him much time, even though it was a breaking ball, to get the pitch to home plate. Ash, a bit of an elongated release. Fastball low and outside, 2 balls, no strikes. Lamo gesturing to both the crowd and the disapproving Lions dugout, exactly where he thought that ball missed. Count 2-0. Inside corner called strike 1. Good sinking fastball up around the letters of Lamo. Sal was an all-star this past summer in the Coastal Plain League with the Ashboro Zookeepers, his second season up at McCrary Park. Now makes his way down to Aiken for the first time. Chop back to the mound, right to Davis, handles it himself, and retires Lamo to end the bottom of the third. Leadoff walk strands Jennings out at second base, and it is Pacers 2 and Lions 0. We're through 3 in the nightcap. Aiken looking to sweep the doubleheader on opening day. Second time through the order for Ben Shepard. He will begin the top of the fourth against Alejandro Aguilar, and the lefty chases after the changeup, whiffing through for strike 1. Lions 9 up, 9 down as they were introduced along with the rest of the Division II world to Ben Shepard, who serves himself with a 2-0 advantage in the top of the fourth. 0-1 to Aguilar, misses outside. Alejandro, a sharp line drive directly at Cam Austin to begin Game 2 of today's doubleheader. Holds the hands away from the body and takes it low, ball 2. Pacers get a home-happy start to their 2026 season. 9 of the first 10 games this year come at Roberto Hernandez Stadium. 2-1 pitch. Swung through and missed. Pulled the string just a little bit. And that little change of pace at Aguilar all the way out in front. Count 2-2 on the lefty DH. Here comes Shepard and misses outside with the fastball. Pacers will be back at it next weekend, a 3-game set against another SAC team in Emory and Henry. Full count pitch. Misses low, ball 4, and there's the Lions' first base runner. Aguilar works the leadoff walk, and Morris Hill has a man aboard to begin the fourth. Emory and Henry was projected 12th out of 12 teams in the SAC. They're, in fact, the only team in the conference that Morris Hill was projected to finish in front of, in a conference that is perennially ran by Catawba and Lenoir-Rhyne, two teams that always seem to have World Series aspirations. Mel Rubiero will bat from the left side. He shows bunt and then pulls back on a fastball high and tight. Becker fired down to first. Diaz's tag not in time. Pacers will have Lenoir-Rhyne here at the end of February in a midweek in between road trips to Middle Georgia and Flagler. And time is called. That is a warning gifted to Ben Shepard. Have to make sure that the batter is engaged, alert, and attentive when they step in prior to the preparation of a pitch. Fastball called a strike, 1-1. Confirmed by the umpire to be 1 ball, 1 strike. Rivera 0 for 1, a line out to right field. Aguilar leaning a bit, not going, and Rivera chases the fastball outside. Pacers will not have to see Catawba this year. Very few non-conference games with the way that the Peach Belt schedule is set up. Just about every weekend is spoken for. Pick over to first, unsuccessful. Pacers selected to finish 7th in the preseason poll for the Peach Belt out of 11 teams. Columbus State and North Georgia, the top 2 teams, both ranked in the preseason top 30. Runner on the move, breaking ball bounced back to the mound. Shepard's only play is at first, so a good time to get Aguilar in motion. Rivera is retired, but the steal attempt turns away what could have been a potential double play. So 1-3 put out. Aguilar up to second. Man in scoring position for Yeriel Pastrana. Lions still without a hit, but they are threatening for their first run if they can find a way to bring Aguilar around. Pastrana popped up in foul territory to end the first. Shepard back right on right. Spikes the fastball. Good backhand from Becker. If you're going to put a freshman out on the mound, this is the kind of backstop you like to have out there. A veteran in Becker who, even though he's new to the program, has spent a lot of time at the collegiate level up at Presbyterian handling pitchers of all sorts of sizes. 1-0. Breaking ball lofted out into right center field, in towards the gap. Jennings cuts over, makes the catch. Aguilar thought about going, and the rifle of an arm from Chance Jennings makes him reconsider. Cam got behind the throw, and Chance Jennings was able to load everything up and stop Aguilar in his tracks. Unable to advance the runner, and now it falls onto the shoulders of Tarek Bumgarner to try to get Morris Hill on the board here in the 4th. Lions have scored all of their runs today between the 2 games in 1 inning on just 2 swings. Breaking ball called for a strike. Got an RBI single from Chappell Matson and a 2-run home run from Peyton Starkey. All against the Game 1 starter, Joseph Rauscher. No balls in, a strike. Pitch to Bumgarner. Back to the breaking ball. Check swing held up in time. Tarek Bumgarner still looking for his first hit of the season. Going toe-to-toe with the freshman Shepard. Fastball chopped away. Pacers needed just 1 reliever plus the initial starter in Game 1 to get through all 9 innings as Rauscher and Nick Napolitano combined for 13 Ks in the win. Napolitano with the win went 3 2/3 scoreless. 1-2 to Shepard. Curveball. Called. Strike 3 at the knees. Bumgarner goes down looking, frozen by the breaking ball for Shepard. Both his Ks have been inning endings, and he strands Aguilar out at second. 4 scoreless for Mars Hill. They trail by 2. Cam Austin leads off the bottom of the fourth. 2 runs and 3 hits for USC Aiken. No runs, no hits for Mars Hill, and no errors for either side. Been a clean game in comparison to game number 1. And after the 2 runs scored in the first by the Pacers, both pitchers have been in control. Austin started off with a ground ball, and this is certainly not that. Launched out to deep right field, and that is way, way out of here. First collegiate home run for Cameron Austin Jr. He leaves the yard, and the local kid makes it 3-0. Hanging breaking ball was absolutely demolished by Austin.
For the Pacers is number 13, Donovan Wilson.
And so Davis will have to reset. That will see a little bit more activity in the Lions bullpen. Donovan Glisson, who's 0 for 1 with a ground ball, will take one on an off speed that gets him right between the shoulder blades. So back-to-back mistakes by Davis. One left the yard, one barely left the cage. Temperatures dropping, it's all the more difficult to get a feeling on the baseball. A couple curves have ended up in the wrong spot, and the Pacers, who have extended their lead up to 3, now seeing what they have in store for Jacob Davis, and if they can add on to the pressure on the youngster. Here's Ryan Becker. Davis back out of the stretch, misses outside. Got around that fastball a little bit and cut it off the outside corner. Becker singled in the second. Up until the home run from Austin, it was the most recent knock. Fouled away. Looked like it might have been a hit and run as Glisson got a late jump on the slide step, and Becker went after a fastball outside.
I think she's still working on trying to keep the
Becker replacing Glisson behind the plate, both in the lineup for Keith Gorman in Game 2. 1 strike offering outside corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Melendez on deck, infield pinching up double play depth. Bumgarner, even with 2 strikes, still even with the bag at third. Fastball in on the hands. Becker, all he could do to stay alive. Glisson continues to get healthy leads off of first. He's being held on tightly by Matson. Shortens up a bit with 2 strikes now. Target outside, and the fastball blown past Becker gets the strikeout. There's the first collegiate K for Jacob Davis. Ran it high and tight. Not where the target was, but it got the job done nevertheless. 1 on, 1 out, and 1 in for Osman Melendez. Melendez grounded out to short last time up, the end of an 8-pitch battle. First fastball he sees is knocked back out of play. It ricochets off the facing behind home and out into fair territory. Pacers now have home runs in each game in this doubleheader. Harding left the yard in the opener. Now Austin with a moonshot deep into the tree line behind right. Melendez thought about a bunt. Took ball 1. A shade low, says the home plate umpire. Couple different arms stretching a bit more aggressively in the Mars Hill bullpen. Little bit of action, about at the same speed for USC Aiken. And on a night like tonight where it takes a little bit longer to get loose, not a bad idea to begin your warm-ups a bit earlier than might initially be necessary. Fastball missed inside, 2-1. Top of the order waiting. looking to get their third crack at Davis. Breaking ball on the ground softly to short. Potts' only play will be at first, and it's dug out on the short hop by Matson. Davis got away with not coming set, did not appear to have the pause necessary, and that's what it appears that third base coach Keith Gorman is saying out in that direction. Melendez retired, Glisson into scoring position, 2 away for Evan Harding, who's 0 for 2. Harding has not been able to figure out Davis so far. Glisson a short lead at second. Breaking ball outside. Pacers up by 3. But after the way the inning started with the home run and the hit by pitch, they would like to at least knock on the door of another crooked number. 1-0. Lofted out into right field, down the line for Miller, and he will run out of room. Davis went with a high leg kick, staring down the runner Glisson at second all the way before he picked up his target. Perhaps just enough misdirection to cause Harding to be a tick behind. Outfield playing traditional distances from the lines and a bit deeper than average, especially in the corners. Miller the most shallow of the 3 and right. Fastball hooked foul, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Kisses off the sidewall in front of the Pacer bullpen down the third base line. 2 strikes and 2 outs, meaning the Davis 1 pitch away from once again limiting the damage. Black glove at the belt, the pitch. Strike 3, swinging. Harding goes down chasing the breaking ball. A strong slider from Davis ends the inning, but Cam Austin lights up the night with a long solo home run, his first as a Pacer, and makes it 3-0 Aiken after 4. Chappell Matson leads off the top of the 5th on the Peach Belt Sports Network. Noah Adcock-Howarth here with you. Pacers leading 3-0 in the nightcap, looking for the sweep. And it has been a brilliant performance by true freshman Ben Shepard in his collegiate debut. He begins Chappell Matson with a called strike at the knees. Matson grounded out to second in his first look. 4 scoreless, 4 hitless for Shepard. And he's quickly ahead 0-2 on the aforementioned Matson. Matson, 5th-year senior, 4 years the elder of Shepard. Pops up the breaking ball out into right field. Jennings lazily jogging in, and he makes the play. Leadoff batter retired for the 4th inning out of 5. Only man to reach for Morris Hill so far has been Lions leadoff man Alejandro Aguilar. He walked to begin the 4th inning. Advanced to second on a ground out, but was then stuck there. as Shepard induced a pop-up and a punch-out to put a stopper on the fourth frame. Carter Potts, one of two strikeout victims against Shepard through 4 1/3, steps in and takes ball 1. Potts in his third season with Morris Hill, out of St. Edward out in Ohio. Played every game last year. Loops this out towards short. Martin drifting back, and on the run, he's able to track it down. Lazy line drive. Looked like it might be destined for the grass, but Martin got a good beat on it. And Shepard's run of dominance continues. 2 up, 2 down for Peyton Starkey, who's 0 for 1 with a ground out to short. Soft ground ball in the direction of Martin. In his only chance so far. Lefty beginning to stretch in the pen for Morris Hill. Fastball called a strike from Shepard. Nobody throwing in Aiken's bullpen, of course. Although because Shepard is so young, you have to imagine there's a bit of a cap on what he can do tonight, at least in terms of total pitches. Fastball foul back, 0-2. However, he is 1 pitch away from 5 scoreless. And you know Keith Gorman would love to at least get him in line for the win if he can get him through 5 and potentially have the quality start in his sights. 0-2. Breaking ball punched up the middle, out to second, and there is Sal Lamo. It's a 1-2-3 inning. Shepard on cruise control. He has shut down the Lions through 5 hitless. Chance Jennings leading off for the Pacers in the bottom of the 5th. A 3-0 advantage for USC Aiken against Jacob Davis, who has looked impressive. He has been very solid in his Morris Hill debut. 4 innings, 3 runs on 4 hits. And he starts off with Jennings, who takes strike 1. Chance a single and a walk. He has scored a run and stolen a base in a solid afternoon already, after going 1 for 4 with a walk in the opener. Davis is 0-1, is a little bit off the edge to even the count. There's a righty just now beginning to toss in the pen for the Lions. It's the first throwing that we've seen after all the stretching that the Morris Hill bullpen has done so far. Fastball outside, ball 2. On the opposite side, Ben Shepard's only at 48 pitches through 5 innings. So even if you're being conservative with the young man's arm, you have to figure he can still give you a couple more. Jennings fouls it back 2-2. Davis picked up 2 strikeouts in that previous inning, also gave up the home run to Austin. Those were his first 2 Ks of the game. Chance chokes up from the right-hand side. A long pause from Davis. Into the windup. Slider jam shot out into right field. Miller cruises to his right and circles in for the catch. 1 away. Good front door breaking ball, locked up. Jennings unable to turn on it. Not a pitch you can do much with, though, either way. Yadiel Diaz has walked and lined out sharply. He's 0 for 1. That screaming line drive that went right at Gavin Miller was the first time he has been put away today. First pitch fastball tipped back into the mitt. A big cut from a powerful right-hander. Diaz, 6 foot 215, sixth-year senior. Lines it into right center field. That will split the gap for a base hit. Big turnaround first from Diaz, and he will stop there on a one-out single. The throw back in of which kicks off of Potts and towards the mound. Diaz hits in both games. On for a second time today. 1 on, 1 out for Blake Martin, who's hit the ball hard twice as well. We alluded at the end of Game 1 to what Martin has done when healthy. It's his third school in 4 years. He started with 2 seasons at Spartanburg Methodist Junior College. Off-speed outside. Blake was limited to just 51 games over those 2 years. So we got about half a season each, dealing with a couple different problems. But he hit a career .494 for the Pioneers of Spartanburg Methodist. That is just absolutely cartoonish. Change-up off the outside corner called a strike. That's the most expansive we've seen of the strike zone in Game 2. Martin flipped over to UNC Charlotte. They try to get him to tap into his power a little bit more. Sacrifice some average for that. But a very high ceiling for Keith Gorman. Shoots this one foul. Got jammed a little bit on another good fastball. And when Davis has been in the zone, especially with the four-seam fastball and the sinker, his control of his pitches has been very good. He's been able to stay out of the middle of the zone inning after inning, with the exception of the curveball that Cam Austin put into a different county. Continues to nibble with that fastball. 1-2 on Blake Martin. A little bit further outside, 2-2. Martin watched it all the way in. Not too much of a difference on that sinker from the changeup that was called strike one, but just enough that Davis does not get the call. Martin crowds the plate a bit more. Fastball, same spot, same call. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Lions wanted that one. Davis was halfway in between the pitcher's mound and the first base line. He was ready to recalibrate. Painted it up, but not to the liking of the umpire. Keen eye of Martin has run the count full. Runner goes, slider foul back. Backdoor breaking ball. Martin's long sweeping swing strokes it back into the twine. And so we will do it again. See if Diaz is back off and running. That will likely get a bit more attention from Jacob Davis. 7th pitch of the at-bat. Rolled on the ground to third. Bumgarner will have to go to first, and it is not in time. The low throw pulled Matson off the base, and we will see how that one gets scored. A short hop toss from Bumgarner.
We always scored as a throw error on the throw if they pull him off the bag.
And it will be an E5 on Bumgarner, his first of the game and second of the day. A good throw gets Martin there, but Bumgarner short-armed it, and as good as Chappell Matson has been in this game, really in both games of this doubleheader, in terms of bailing out his infielders, he was not able to do so there. Got the scoop, but could not keep his toe on the bag. And we are going to get a pitching change as Zach Honeycutt is out of the dugout, and he is going to replace his right-hander. 4 1/3 strong for Jacob Davis in his college debut, but he leaves with 2 men on base that are his responsibility. Back in 60 seconds to tell you who the new arm is. Remembered it when I was prepping. New arm for the Mars Hill Lions will be the redshirt junior Christian Galindo in his second season with the program. 5'8" righty replaces the freshman Jacob Davis, and he will start off in a bit of a tough situation. 2 on, 1 out, and Sal Lamo at the plate. 3-0 game, bottom 5. Lamo 0 for 1 with a sac fly, and he takes the breaking ball low and outside to begin the day for Galindo. Galindo 13 games last year, and ERA just a tick north of 10 with well over a hit per inning, but he was very strong this summer up in the Northwoods League. Breaking ball down 2-0. Threw in 5 games for the Rochester Honkers in one of the top summer ball leagues outside of the Cape Cod League. And in a league that is always seemingly pitcher-friendly, he was very impressive. 2-0 on Lamo is down ball 3. Lions weren't sure that they were going to see Galindo again. He went into the portal after last season ended and then came back to Mars Hill. Has this and then another year of eligibility. 3-0 on Lamo. Inside corner called a strike. A walk would load the bases. Diaz at second, Martin at first. So the trail runner slightly more speed than the man in front. Infield up the middle. On the ground to third, knocked down. Tag will be applied towards third, not in time. Bumgarner, a great effort on the sliding stop. He could not get the ball onto the body of the runner, Diaz, and everybody is safe. It'll go as a fielder's choice. And now Zach Honeycutt wants to argue, or at least have a negotiation with the third base umpire.
I can't do fielder's choice, can I? Because they have to have an out for fielder's choice. No? Okay.
Lamo reaches, everybody's safe. Bumgarner was adamant that he got the tag onto Yadiel Diaz. It was a hard hit ball, but straight into the grass. Very well played by Tarek Bumgarner to keep that on the infield. Even with Potts sliding behind him, that likely gets through and scores a run if he doesn't knock it down as he did. But with Martin running hard and Lamo being across the diamond on the run to first, that was really the only opportunity that Bumgarner possessed. Everybody's safe, and it's a bases-loaded opportunity for Cam Austin Jr., who hit that light tower home run last time up. First pitch from Galindo. Austin was looking to do it again, and he chases the sinker off the outside corner. Cam 1 for 2, got a hanging curveball from Davis, and he absolutely torpedoed it. Fastball chopped back foul, no balls and 2 strikes. Bags full of Pacers looking to put this game potentially out of reach in the middle innings, leading 3-0 in the bottom of the 5th. Trying to sweep the doubleheader on opening day. Long hold for Christian Galindo, the 0-2. Fouled straight back. Quick swing from Cam Austin. Lefties up again in the pen for Mars Hill. Believe that's Dustin Dunlap, who was up in the first game. Still 0-2. Change up down. Good idea to pull the string, but Austin did not oblige. And he keeps the battle going for the moment. 2 men in scoring position, the responsibility of the starter, Davis. Lamo of Galindo's creation. Target at the belt, the 1-2. Breaking ball, got him swinging, good slider, fools the freshman Austin. And Galindo picks up strikeout number 1 and a big second out in the inning. Back foot breaking ball. And now Galindo 1 out away from a scoreless 5th despite having the bases loaded. Not an easy location to be in. Glisson a ground out and he was hit by a pitch. The very next pitch, in fact, after the Austin homer was a curveball that Davis put square in the back of Glisson. Off-speed misses low and outside, 1-0 on the designated hitter. Lot of turnover in the conference this year. Aiken just one of many examples, and so as much talent as there is at this level, time called for, asked. It appeared to be asked for by Glisson himself. He stepped out like he was having an issue. One umpire put his hands up saying that time was granted. And that's the direction that Glisson is pointing. They're pointing out to the third base umpire. And they're going to say that's an automatic strike on Donovan Glisson, that he did not step in time. It's a pitch timer violation on the batter. So frustration for the DH and a big help for Mars Hill. Lions catch a bit of a break. We'll see if Galindo can take advantage. Couple years now of the pitch timer. It has been a boon in the ways it was supposed to, but it does every once in a while affect play. Strike 2 swinging. And so that call has dug Glisson a hole of his own creation. Galindo 1 strike away from stranding the bases loaded. Pacers still up by 3, but it would be a big momentum swing for the Lions if they can keep it there. Target outside, the pitch. Chopped towards third, foul ball. And perhaps a setup fastball high and tight for Galindo if he can tunnel the breaking ball off of it, similar to what he did with Cam Austin on the opposite side. Diaz at third, he singled. Martin at second after the E5 from Bumgarner. Lamo at first, he reached on a fielder's choice also to third base. Count 1-2 on Donovan Glisson. Breaking ball, check swing, and Glisson held back in time. So it was a fastball utilized to set up the slider, but a bit too far outside. Not a bad pitch by any stretch from Galindo, but still a bit too far beyond the confines of the zone to induce a chase from the DH. Donovan continues to battle. 2-2. Back to the slider, too far outside, and the count runs full with no place to put Glisson. Bags are full, and everybody will be moving upon delivery. Galindo has to stand and deliver to Donovan Glisson. Becker on deck. Here comes the payoff. Tipped into the mitt, held on to by Ash, and Galindo walks the tightrope. Back-to-back strikeouts to strand the bases loaded. The Pacers unable to add more. They remain in front by 3, but Mars Hill survives, and they'll look to finally figure out Ben Shepherd on the other side of the break.
like one time you take it off, but I can't put it on.
Stepping up to the plate, number 3, Gavin Miller.
Gavin Miller leads off the top of the 6th. Pacers leading 3-0 on a rapidly temperature-dropping Friday night in Aiken County. First pitch called a strike on the lefty. Miller flew out to left in his first at-bat. He'll be followed by the 9-man Ash and then back to the top with Alejandro Aguilar. Nobody up in the bullpen for Aiken. It's still Ben Shepard, the freshman. Drops in the off-speed, 0-2. We knew we would get a look at Ben Shepard sooner rather than later this season. We weren't sure how quick and certainly didn't realize that it would be this immediate of an impact. 0-2. Fastball a little bit outside. Gets the sign off the guard on the left wrist. Ahead 1-2 on his fellow freshman Miller. Flown out into left field. Austin drifting in a couple steps. Makes the play. Make it 5 1/3 with just the one base runner for Ben Shepard. Continues to work efficiently. He has retired 7 in a row since walking Aguilar to begin the 4th. Here's Evan Ash, who has a flyout on his ledger. Shepard, a hyper-athletic family, grew up around the game. On the ground to third base, shuffling to the left, Melendez has plenty of time to put away Ash on one pitch. Shepard's 2 older sisters, Whitney and Lindsay, both having played softball at Reinhardt. Whitney now the assistant softball coach at Long Island University after an overseas pro career. And Shepard staying on the diamond and now moving his way to Aiken. Reinhardt, one of the preeminent programs at their level. Really across every sport, it feels like. Breaking ball called strike 1. Aguilar is going to be the first man to see Shepard thrice. He has walked and lined out. Spikes this one right back on a big swing for the junior. Shepard 1 strike away from 6 scoreless. Lined out to center. Harding has it in his sights and makes the catch. Ben Shepard, 6 scoreless, 1 base runner, and he has completely dismantled the Lions on opening night. Christian Galindo back on the mound. First full inning of work for Mars Hill. He inherited 2 base runners and 1 out, and after a fielder's choice, got back-to-back strikeouts to leave the bases loaded and keep the score where it lies. 3-0 USC. Aiken looking for the sweep, and the final line is officially set for the starter Jacob Davis. Batter will be Ryan Becker, who's 1 for 2. First pitch from Galindo misses low. Davis in his collegiate debut, 4 1/3 quality innings, 5 hits and 3 runs. He walked 2 and struck out 2. One real mistake was the home run from Cam Austin. Galindo stands open on the first base side. Fastball spun back out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pacers, no midweek game, at least in the upcoming few days, so they get to turn all attentions to Emory and Henry, whereas Morris Hill has to focus on Belmont Abbey on Tuesday. Always a quality program themselves. Breaking ball down, 2-1. Pacers have just 3 weeks until they kick off their conference weekend slate. Middle Georgia, the newest member of the Peach Belt, will come to town 3 weeks from now. Fastball low and outside, ball 3. And the Knights have been a bit of a surprise across a handful of different sports. Came from the NAIA level. It was their first year as an NCAA institution. A team that has rapidly risen from JUCO to NAIA to NCAA. And they've put together some quality outings across a handful of different looks. Fastball outside. Becker will work the leadoff walk. First free pass issued by Galindo. Middle Georgia currently in town just across the hill. The women's and men's basketball programs for the Knights. Ready to take on USC Aiken. Middle Georgia's women's basketball program was projected to finish last in the conference. They're currently in the top 4. And started off the year 6-1. They've come back down to earth a little bit, but have still been impressive. Fastball at the knees of Osman Melendez, and the third baseman will take strike 1. Lefty back up in the pen for the Lions after the leadoff walk. 3 straight batters without a ball in play against Galindo. Melendez shows bunt, pitch misses inside. It was not caught cleanly by Evan Ash, but stayed close enough to home plate that there was no opportunity for Becker to advance against his opposite number. Baumgartner had been playing slightly behind third base. He will now pull even with the bag and, in fact, creep a bit further in. 1 ball, 1 strike. Melendez squares again and bunts it foul on a fastball around the chin. So Melendez will now have to swing freely with 2 strikes. Puts the pressure on him as Becker scoots a bit further off of first. Galindo looks twice that direction. Good slider locks up Melendez, and Galindo picks up his 3rd K. All 3 outs that the redshirt junior has recorded have come via the strikeout, and he looks much improved from last spring, but picking up right where he left off out in Rochester. That is Rochester, Minnesota, not Rochester, New York. 1 on, 1 out for Evan Harding, who's 0 for 3. Harding at the top of the order. First look at Galindo. Slices this into left field, and he's got his first hit of the game. Becker puts the brakes on at second. First hit allowed by Galindo. 6th of the game for Aiken. They have a hit in all but 1 inning and a base runner in every inning against Morris Hill in Game 2. Opportunity to extend this lead 3-0. Lions are still well within striking distance, although they have not mustered any kind of resistance against Ben Shepherd. But it does feel incredibly unlikely, even as good as Shepherd has looked, that he will be allowed to go all 9. Just given that it's opening day, it's cold, and all the other external factors. Breaking ball to Chance Jennings outside, 1-2 day for Jennings in Game 2. He has walked, singled, and stolen a bag. Flew out his last time up, though.
Big lead both bases. Nobody holding either runner on. Slider is down, and Galindo falls behind once more. It's 2-0. Still far too early in the season to be drawing conclusions, especially off of a game and a half. But the fact that Morris Hill, although the offense has been a bit stagnant, they have kept the games consistently close off pitching and defense. Fastball inside 3-0. For a team that lost 18-3 on opening day last year and dropped 2 out of 3 overall against Aiken. Finding ways to improve and use this as a jumping off point, imperative for Zach Honeycutt's squad. Jennings ahead 3-0, and he got hit, was taking all the way, and it's a fastball. Gets him right in the left shoulder. Command has lapsed a bit for Galindo, and the bases are loaded for the second consecutive inning. Christian Galindo, 2 walks, or a walk, a hit by pitch, and a single rather, will contend with Yadiel Diaz. And he has nowhere to put him. Diaz 1 for 2, singled his last time up. Can break this game open. Slider inside, nearly got a piece of Diaz, who had no desire to get out of the way. Morris Hill saying that he may have tried to turn into it a little bit. 1-0. Slider spanked out to deep left field. Ribiera going back. He's at the track. It is out of here. A grand slam for Yadiel Diaz, and the Pacers have turned it up a notch. It is 7-0. Four RBIs for the price of 1. Diaz gets rid of the slider from Galindo. Zach Honeycutt out to make a change. 1 batter too late, as the Pacers have 4 on the board in the bottom of the 6th.
One swing and this ball game is very different. A grand slam from Yadiel Diaz makes it 7-0, ends the day for Christian Galindo, and brings in the left-handed senior Dustin Dunlap out of Florida. Been on the team a long time here at Morris Hill, continues to find ways to improve, primarily a starter last year, and now he'll see a lefty in Blake Martin, who takes a called strike one. Galindo, final line, an inning, 2 hits, a walk, and 4 runs. He did strike out 3 batters, but he hung the front door slider to Diaz, and it was gone as soon as it touched barrel. Martin takes the slider outside. Second home run of the game for USC Aiken. Neither of them have been cheap. It's what Diaz can do for a program. He is one of the players they are very excited to have come down for Keith Gorman from Barton. Fastball tipped into the mitt, first heater that Dunlap has shown to Blake Martin. Diaz had 10 long balls last year. He gets one in his first night with the Pacers. Count 1-2. Dunlap working out of the stretch, a long pause. Spun out on a short hop towards the shortstop. Potts, high throw into the dugout or off the facing of it. Martin turned towards second, and he will get back in time. That was going to be a close play anyway, but the throw was nowhere close to Matson, and so Martin is aboard. It is confirmed to be an error, so Blake Martin is on via the error for the second time. Both errors for Morris Hill have happened with him at bat this game, and all 4 of the errors made by Morris Hill today have come from the left side of the infield. That's now 2 on Potts and 2 on Bumgarner. Sal Lemos up, he's 0 for 2. Reached on the fielder's choice last time. Swings over top of the off-speed, 0-1. Dunlap, 13 games, 8 starts last year. Had a 7.53 ERA. Led the team in both hit by pitches and wild pitches, so he can be a little bit erratic at times. See what he has here in store for Lemo. Fastball on the ground to second. Could be 2. Over to second for 1. Throw back, not quite in time. Potts' return throw to Matson was beaten out by a hustling Lemo, and he will reach on the fielder's choice for the second straight time.
Starting next, number 9.
Martin disposed of out at second. Cam Austin will be the 8th batter of the inning. He is 1 for 3. Gets his first look at a lefty. And there are not many to choose from on this roster. Only 3 left-handed pitchers for Morris Hill in totality. Pick over to first. Runner was on the move. Lemo is hung out to dry, and he is out at second. It'll be a 1-3-6 putout. Lemo caught stealing on the pickoff, and that ends the frame. Austin will lead off the 7th. We head to the top of that 7th with a 7-0 lead in hand for USC Aiken.
It is still Ben Shepard for the top of the 7th. No runs, no hits, 2 errors for Mars Hill, 7 runs, 7 hits, and no errors for USC Aiken. Pacers have led since the bottom of the first, took the lead on a Blake Martin RBI single and have not looked back. But the grand slam from Yadiel Diaz has changed the course of this game emphatically. Mel Rubiera will lead off the 7th against Shepard. First pitch called a strike. And that is just the 57th pitch through 6+ innings. He has been outlandishly efficient. Fastball throttled backwards, 0-2 on Rivera, who has lined out and grounded out. Righty throwing for Mars Hill in the bullpen. Dunlap getting some work in. He faced 2 batters and got 2 outs. Likely would have started a game 3 had there been one, but it does not seem like that's going to be the case with a couple inches of snow set to fall tomorrow. Now, they said that was going to happen last week, and we saw about 4 drops of rain. And so you never really know what we're going to get. 1-2 fastball, and down goes Rivera chasing after the heater. Third strikeout for Shepard. First one that does not close out an inning. Instead, it opens up the 7th with a K. Here comes Yediel Pastrana. Believe there is some optimism, misguided though it may be, that we could see baseball on Sunday evening, but it seems all but certain that we will not, and that Mars Hill will be headed back up to the opposite side of the Carolina line. Following the conclusion to this one, first pitch swing for Pastrana, high fly ball into right center field. Chance Jennings drifting in for the out. 2 up, 2 down in the 7th, and Shepard just keeps on cruising. Ben Shepard is at 73% strikes. Usually at this level, you'd like to be above 60%. If you can get 2 out of 3, that is a very much above average day. To be at nearly 75 in your first college game is a brilliant sign of things to come for USC Aiken and Ben Shepard. Tarek Bumgarner takes strike 1. That'll help the percentage even further. Bumgarner, 1 of 3 strikeout victims. He's also flown out, still looking for his first hit of the series. Curveball, strike 2. Back-to-back takes at the bottom of the zone. There's been no stopping Ben Shepard. Climbs back on the rubber, 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, got him in the dirt. Becker will have to make the throw and does. Shepard, 7 untouchable innings in his college debut.
Stepping up to the plate, number 9, Cam Austin.
Cam Austin did not see a pitch in the bottom of the 6th inning as Sal Lamo was picked off and caught stealing before Dunlap could deliver anything. And so Dustin Dunlap will now face down the freshman with Glisson and Becker to follow here on opening night. 7-0 USC Aiken leading Mars Hill, looking to go to 4-1 all time against the Lions, all of which have been games here at Roberto Hernandez Stadium over the last 2 seasons. First pitch outside to Austin, who's 1 for 3. A lot of action across the Peach Belt today, as to be expected. A lot of games getting turned into double headers by virtue of the scheduling necessities. Breaking ball in the outside corner. Georgia College had the misfortune of hosting the reigning national champions. The University of Tampa came up, and the Trojans won the first one there 15-1, and are well on their way to doing the same thing in the nightcap in Milledgeville. Georgia College has a new coaching staff that just came up from Flagler. Called strike on the breaking ball, 1-2 on Austin. Lander outlasted Erskine at home to start off a doubleheader, 12-8. The Flying Fleet tend to have a couple solid pieces, and they always present a challenge in non-conference play. Dunlap the 1-2. Breaking ball too far inside. Middle Georgia opened up their Division II schedule by hosting Union University of Tennessee. Union won the opener 9-8. They are going to try to play again tomorrow. St. Leo knocked off Augusta University 14-1 in the opener. Music to the ears of the Pacer faithful. High fastball runs the count full. Georgia Southwestern on the good side of a blowout. Hurricanes knocked off Trevecca Nazarene 14-0. Trevecca Nazarene got a good deal of positive publicity for the baseball program in the last couple weeks as they debuted their new purple alternate uniforms. Those went well. The game itself did not. 3-2. Swing and a miss. Down goes Austin. Outdueled by Dunlap to start off the bottom of the 7th. Columbus State was the early favorite, preseason conference champions in the early poll, but they are 0-1 to start the year. They fell against West Alabama at home. Cougars also lost a lot of pieces from last year. It seems like everybody did. And so there's definitely some improvements they're going to have to make, but it is, of course, just one game. Donovan Glisson 0 for 2. He reached via a hit by pitch in his only time aboard. Late on the fastball from Dunlap, 0-1. Flagler just getting underway in Eckerd, and we'll have an in-state battle down in St. Petersburg. Still looking to get going. They're still looking to get the live stats up as well, it appears. 0-1 to Glisson. Drops the bunt down foul straight back into the chest protector of the umpire. No balls and 2 strikes on Glisson. North Georgia up 2-0 at Embry-Riddle. They've got a new coaching staff. Brought Nolan Belcher up from Georgia College, and his entire staff went with him, along with a handful of transfers. North Georgia made a nice run to the Supers last year on the backs of a couple players, including Andrew Zapata, who got signed as an undrafted free agent to the Red Sox organization, and Philip Ard, who is now likely to be the opening day designated hitter at preseason number 5 in the D1 level, Coastal Carolina. 0-2 on Glisson. Dunlap out of the stretch. A long hold as the clock runs down, and he misses low. Only team that just outright gave up on playing today was USC Beaufort. They were supposed to host Davis and Elkins College from West Virginia. And rather than making the drive to and from through all that snow, opted to just postpone for another day. 1-2. Fastball sliced into left field, base hit. Glisson drops the barrel on it. Big turnaround first, and it will be a strong single for Glisson, his first hit of the game. 1 on, 1 out for the Pacers in the bottom of the 7th. Brings up Ryan Becker, who's 1 for 2. Only games we have yet to mention. Claflin went on the road down to New Orleans to play Harris-Stowe State in some neutral site action. It's an HBCU round robin down there, and Harris-Stowe got the win coming down from Missouri over Claflin. But all told, it's going to be an interesting season in both the Peach Belt and the SAC. Mars Hill going to try to climb their way out of the proverbial basement. Becker first pitch swinging, drives that one through the wide open right side for a base hit. Glisson a very late stop sign as Miller came up throwing. Gavin Miller has shown off his plus arm a couple times already. It's only 90 feet of advancement for Donovan Glisson, but Becker is on base for the third time. First game at USC Aiken for the former Presbyterian backstop. He's been on 3 out of 4 tries in game 2. Looks like the Pacers are going to go to their bench for the first time. We will see a pinch hitter. So Osman Melendez's day is done. He ends 0 for 3. Seems like it will be Maverick Grigsby making his collegiate debut.
Stepping up to the plate is number 40, Maverick Grigsby.
Grigsby, true freshman out of Lugoff, up near Columbia. He was all region in high school twice. Time called by the home plate umpire, as the music was playing right as Dunlap was ready to go into his motion. 2 on, 1 out. Grigsby looking to debut with a bang. First pitch swinging softly on the ground to second. Starkey to second for 1. Over to first. The throw is errant by Potts, and the run will score. So Grigsby reaches on the fielder's choice. Glisson advances, but then it's the throwing error that allows the runner to come home. Second error of the game, third of the day for Potts, and the E6 makes it 8-0. So a fielder's choice and then a subsequent E6, no RBI for Grigsby by virtue of the error causing the run. But Maverick does get aboard. He hustled enough that Potts had to rush his throw. And the pressure stays on the shortstop. Back to the top we go for Evan Harding. Pacers have scored in 4 of 7 innings. Harding takes a called strike. Evan 1 for 4, singled and scored last inning against Christian Galindo, who gave up 4 runs, all on the grand slam from Yadiel Diaz. Fastball popped up, shallow center field. Pastrana coming in. Starkey going out. Pastrana calls him off, and the center fielder makes the catch to bring the 7th inning to a close. Aiken tacks on 1 more, leading by a bundle as they head their way towards the sweep. All eyes on Ben Shepard for the top of the 8th.
Chapel Maxon.
Ben Shepard has gone through 7 scoreless, the only base runner, a walk to lead off the top of the 4th against Alejandro Aguilar. It'll be Chapel Matson leading off, 6 outs from a little bit of Pacer history. Matson, Potts, and Starkey, 5, 6, 7 due up for Mars Hill. Fastball called. Strike zone has gotten a little bit bigger as the night has gone on, and that is certainly to the advantage of Ben Shepherd. Now, there is a right-hander throwing in the bullpen. That's worth noting for USC Aiken. 1-1. Breaking ball inside corner called. Strike two.
Now playing third base is number 40, Maverick Grisby.
Maverick Grigsby did stay in to play third. He came on and pinch hit for Osman Melendez. Two-strike pitch. Does not get the call on the corner. Right on the edge and did not get there. Evens the count at 2-2 on Matson. Fastball chopped foul. Shepherd came in on the hands of Chappell Matson. Breaking ball, swing and a miss, strike three. Third strikeout in the last four batters for Shepherd. He has only improved as the game has gone along. Up to 5 Ks through 7 1/3 with just one base runner.
Stepping up to the plate, number 10, Carter Potts.
Carter Potts a strikeout and a lineout. Shepherd into that windup. Fastball skied back out of play. Potts, the shortstop, has had a tough day at the yard. 1 for 6, 3 Ks and 3 errors. Hits this one out to deep right center field. Jennings is back. He has room and makes the catch. 2 away in the 8th. 14 in a row set down by Ben Shepherd.
Next, number 54, Peyton Starkey.
Peyton Starkey stands in his way. A ground out and a line out. He's 0 for 2, as so many are. Just 72 pitches through 7 2/3. The efficiency, perhaps the most impressive part. Inside ball one. Starkey crowds the plate. Fastball down the right field line. Jennings will sprint over, but it is out of play. And into the bullpen of Mars Hill, where the Lions have another right-hander loosening. Dunlap has gone an inning and 2/3. And there is a chance that he is done, and they will get a look at somebody new for the bottom of the 8th. With Aiken leading 8-0, it could very well be the final chance to put a man on the mound. 1-1 from Shepherd. Called strike outside corner. Aiken dugout is ready to explode. Shepherd stoic on the mound. The pitch. Outside, a good take from Starkey. Not easy to lay off of, but the second baseman did so. Starkey, the senior, stares down Shepherd, the 2-2. High, ball 3. Slightly overthrown. And a rare full count for Ben Shepherd. The 3-2 pitch. Grounder towards third. 2 big hops for Grigsby. First chance he gets it done. 8 hitless innings for Ben Shepherd in his collegiate debut. Fired up as can be. We head to the bottom half. Back at Roberto Hernandez Stadium for the bottom of the 8th. Morris Hill with a new man on the mound. The sophomore righty Seth Coxey out of Asheville will take the ball. Made 8 appearances, 5 out of the pen last year. 2-1 with his save. He did have an ERA a bit north of 10. Couple blowout outings late in the year inflated his season totals. Chance Jennings will lead off the bottom of the 8th. All eyes paying attention to what happens in the top of the 9th, but Aiken with a healthy lead. Trying to make this, if nothing else, a quick one, just in case their freshman phenom does get the chance to complete what would be potentially a once-in-a-generation debut. Jennings 1 for 2. He's been on base 3 times and is late on the fastball at the letters from Coxey. Diaz and Martin to follow. 2-3-4 for Aiken in their lineup. For Dustin Dunlap, who came out of the pen, an inning and 2/3, 2 hits and an unearned run. He walked none and struck out 1 batter. Count 2-1 on Jennings. Pacers, assuming the rest of the weekend gets washed out, will have a week to reset before Emory and Henry comes into town. Fastball high and inside, ball 3. The Hornets will be the second straight non-conference opponent out of the Southern Athletic Conference that USC Aiken will see. Morris Hill turns around, heads to Belmont Abbey on Tuesday, then down to Flagler next weekend. They do not get to come home until February 13th. Fastball inside, and Jennings works the walk. He is on for a 4th time in this ball game. He has now had 10 plate appearances over the 2 games of this doubleheader, and he has reached base in 6 of them. Lexington County native, impressing in his Aiken debut. Here's Yadiel Diaz. Had the grand slam last time up on a hanging breaking ball from Galindo. Coxey has to be careful here. High hands out of the stretch, and a breaking ball misses outside. You understand the inclination to be secondary heavy, as we have seen at bat after at bat against Yadiel Diaz. But he showed what you can do if you miss with one of those secondaries. 1-0, breaking ball outside, and Coxey has missed with 6 of 7. And already less than 2 batters in, there's another righty loosening for the Lions. Coxey looking to find it, and it's popped up out of play. Yadiel Diaz was sitting dead red on the fastball. Looked like he just misfired. Very well-traveled utility man. Started his career at the University of the Cumberlands in Kentucky for 2 years, then went to Florida Southwestern, Middle Georgia, and now this is his second season. Or rather, second season of the D2 level. He was at Barton last year. Runner on the move. Pitch is called a strike. Throw down is a good one. And it skitters under the glove of Starkey. Couldn't put the tag on. Jennings has his second stolen base. A bit of a surprise to see the Pacers still running up 8. But with Coxey paying no type of attention to Chance Jennings, he took the base that was given. Two balls, 2 strikes, and nobody out in the bottom of the 8th. Pacers leading 8-0, and they have scored in 3 of their last 4 innings. Breaking ball high and tight, ball 3. Morris Hill will have Gavin Miller, Evan Ash, and Alejandro Aguilar due up in the top of the 9th. Aguilar is the only man to reach base. He did so via a walk to start the 4th. Coxey the 3-2. Got in on the hands, popped up foul territory. Playable for Matson. He makes the 2-handed catch for the first out of the inning. Good pitch from Seth Coxey. Unable to get the hands extended, Diaz jammed and sent it skyward. One more chance for Blake Martin, who is 1 for 4 but has been on base 3 times. He's reached on an error each of his last 2 at-bats. Martin, a deep bend at the knees from the left side. Fastball misfires outside. And whether you believe in jinxes or not, it does feel imperative to tell you about it, nothing else, the history of the program. There is one no-hitter in USC Aiken program history. That was Pete Pignatello back in March of 2006. So it's been 20 years. Fastball outside, 2-0. And Pignatello was an upperclassman at the time. Two balls, no strikes on Martin. Outside, corner, called strike one. The righty that was up in the bullpen for USC Aiken at the start of the top of the eighth continues to mill around. Worth monitoring, if nothing else. 2-1. Overthrown once again by Coxey, ball three. He has been in a 3-ball count to all 3 batters that he has faced in the bottom of this 8th inning. Jennings, Diaz, and now Martin. Sal Lamo on deck. 3-1. Martin drives it out to deep right field. That's got some carry to it. And that ball is out of here. Blake Martin in his Aiken debut leaves the yard, makes it a double-digit lead. And it's the 3rd long ball of the game for Aiken's offense. Three home runs last year for UNC Charlotte. Martin's on the board already. It's 10-0 Pacers in a game to remember. And that one, you felt coming. Great fastball hitter in an obvious fastball count. If he got something to handle, you know what he was looking to do, and that's exactly what he did. Here's Sal Lamo. Coxey back out of the windup, drops in the 12-6 curve. Pacers have scored in 5 of 8 offensive innings, including each of the last 3. High curveball, 1-1. After a 6-3 win in the opener of tonight's doubleheader, where they scored 6 unanswered in the final 4 chances, they picked right back up where they left off as soon as Game 2 got going. Scored 4 batters into the bottom of the first and have not looked back. And they didn't need much with the way Ben Shepherd has pitched. 2-1. Runs in and hits Lamo. Pacers have had plenty of hit batsmen today. That's the 3rd one of the game and 5th of the evening. Pacers look like they might be going towards the bench for a pinch hitter, as Cam Austin Jr., who was 1 for 4, is likely done. Instead, it's going to be number 31 for USC Aiken, Cannon Frost. Frost comes off the bench and replaces Austin. Quality day for Cam Austin. He gets his first collegiate homer. And now Frost, the junior out of Colorado, who made 8 starts last season, will get into the contest and take ball 1. Close miss from Coxey, but he has not earned the benefit of the doubt. Pacers would love nothing more than to wrap up this offensive inning just to get Shepherd back out there. Coxey is not obliged. 1-0. Fastball too far upstairs. And Frost still trying to put together professional at-bats. It's Game 2 of the season. Still trying to break the proverbial ice, but also in a strong Aiken offense. Every at-bat a chance to crack into the starting 9. 2-0. High and tight, ball 3. And time is called. There will be a meeting at the mound. Unsure if this is Zach Honeycutt or Dallin Turner, the pitching coach. Majority of the mound visits, whether there's been a move or not, have been handled by Honeycutt. But the coaching staff doing what they can to settle down Seth Coxey. Infielder staring towards the bullpen where both a righty and a lefty have been getting ready. because we've already seen Dustin Dunlap, that very much trims down the options of who the lefty could be. The only other options on there are Victor Nicholson or Isaiah Slavin. Long meeting finally broken up by the home plate umpire. And only now will the coach depart. Frost ahead 3-0, man at first, and 2 runs already in with 1 out in the bottom of the 8th. Coxey lifts and deals and gets a called strike on the inside corner. It would be Donovan Glisson's spot on deck. It does not appear to be Glisson who's waiting. I believe that's Doom Dennis. Fastball high and tight, ball 4. So Frost works the walk. Back-to-back men reaching via the free pass. And Doom Dennis will indeed come off the bench to pinch hit.
Is number 22, Doom Dennis.
Dennis, 20 games and 5 starts last year. Redshirt junior out of Charleston. Will look to bounce back and get his opportunity. Michael Doom Dennis out of Bishop England High School out in Charleston. Breaking ball called for a strike right at the letters on the right red jersey. 4 of 5 batters have reached in this bottom of the 8th. 2 walks, a hit by pitch, and this 2-run home run from Blake Martin. Dennis takes a called strike 2. Back-to-back quality breaking balls from Coxey. Infield stays in double play depth as a ground ball could end this frame. Coxey, long look at second. Lined out to shallow center. Pastrana on the chase. He will make the catch. Second out of the inning. Dennis is retired. And Ryan Becker will dislodge the shin guards and get ready to swing. Becker's 2 for 3. Walked and scored as well back in the 6th. Keith Gorman has been able to go into his bench, especially for a couple of his veterans like Frost and Dennis. But wanting to keep the continuity behind the plate, Becker will not be replaced. Also got a freshman on for his debut in Maverick Grigsby, who's now at third and is currently on deck. Curveball popped out of the hand of Coxey. It's all the way to the backstop off the glove of Ash. And that wild pitch will move Frost up to second and Lamo up to third. No longer a force anywhere in a 10-0 game. Base hit to the outfield. Unless it's hit overly hard and possibly towards the right fielder Miller, who has a good arm, would likely score 2. Becker adjusts the red helmet and gets ready from the right side. And time is called. Coxey stepped off right at the last second. Staring in towards the dugout where he's trying to get the signs. Coxey is having trouble. The pitch clock did not reset. Did not restart, rather. Still hasn't. And now the 1-0. Misses outside after all of that. Second and third, 2 outs and 2 runs already in. 3 home runs in the game for USC Aiken. There's been 5 today between the 2 games, 4 of which have come from the Pacers. Popped up on the infield by a audibly displeased Becker. Potts, the shortstop, calls it, makes the catch on a knee, and brings the 8th inning to its conclusion. Aiken adds 2 more. Martin gets on the board with the homer, and we will see if Shepard is chasing history in the top of the 9th. Well, here we go. Ben Shepard in his first college outing. The 18-year-old righty out of Tryon, Georgia, has gone 8 innings without a hit allowed. 1 walk to Alejandro Aguilar back in the top of the 4th. Gavin Miller leading off, and he takes ball 1 downstairs. Shepard brilliantly efficient by any metric. Taking the hit column out of the equation, it's still been one of the more impressive debuts in recent memory. Very late on the fastball. Miller behind 1-1. Shepard looking to join Pete Pignatella from 20 years prior in the Aiken Rafters. Fly ball right field. Chance Jennings glides over to the side, and he will make the catch. 1 away. $16 in a row set down since the walk to Aguilar.
Batting next, number 14, Ezra Taylor.
We are going to have a pinch hitter for the catcher, Evan Ash. Ezra Taylor comes off the bench cold into a tough spot. Taylor, sophomore out of Belmont, North Carolina, and a rare bad miss from Shepard as he spikes it to the backstop. One ball and no strikes on Ezra Taylor. Fastball on the outer third, called strike 1. A game in which the offense put up 10 runs on 10 hits with 3 home runs, and somehow the bats are not the story. Called strike 2. Taylor just looked unprepared for the fastball. See which way Ben Shepard wants to go. High fastball makes it 2-2. Aguilar on deck, the only man to reach base. Here comes Shepard. Inside, ball 3, a full count. Choked up, the 3-2. Fouled back, a one-handed swing from Taylor on a heater at the bottom of the zone. Done good to extend the battle. A deep breath from Shepard. 7th pitch of the at-bat. Chops softly to the left side. Martin has to hustle, and he will make the out at first. 2 down in the top of the 9th. 27 batters, 26 outs, none with a hit. The only man to reach its fitting is the man at the plate, Alejandro Aguilar. The junior designated hitter, stepping into a bigger role in his 3rd season with the Lions against the true freshman Ben Shepard. Waves through the changeup, strike 1. 20 years since hitless history was made in Aiken. Here comes Shepard. Called strike 2, outside corner. He is 1 pitch away from the most magical of debuts. True freshman at the ready. On the ground to second. Lamo to a knee, over to first. And how about that? Welcome to college baseball, Ben Shepard. He introduces himself to Aiken with the school's 2nd ever no-hitter. "28 hitless batters for the product of Tryon, Georgia. Pete Pignatello, you have company as Ben Shepard delivers the most masterful performance by a freshman in many, many years. You just never know what you're going to see at the ballpark. And in Ben Shepard's wildest dreams, that may not have even calculated into the equation. Utter brilliance for one of the youngest men on the roster.
5 Ks, a walk, and a whole host of soft contact in 9 scoreless, hitless innings. It's a 10-0 win for Aiken. They sweep the doubleheader 6-3 and 10-0. 10 runs, 10 hits, and 10 left on for Aiken. No runs, no hits, and just one man left aboard. Aguilar, the only man to reach. Shepard retires the final 15 he sees and makes Aiken history. Pacers will now be snowed in. They have 7 days until Emory and Henry come to town. Can't have a much better opening to the 2026 season. True freshman Ben Shepard with the second no-hitter in program history. Pick that one up and run with it. Jacob Davis takes the loss in the start. He went 4 1/3, 5 hits and 3 runs. Not a bad outing whatsoever, but he was dueling with near perfection, and he came up just a bit short. Ben Shepard takes us into the night, and he does it in a hitless endeavor. That will end it for us here on the Peach Belt Sports Network. For Brian Busher, Kendall Reynolds, Marcus Johnson, our entire crew that made things possible, I've been Noah Adcock. Howith. Absolute brilliance all the way around. Ben Shepard leads it into a 10-0 no-hit victory, and the Pacers with an emphatic opening night sweep of the doubleheader. Have a great night, ladies and gents. We'll see you next time.